Well, well, well. Okay, let's try this again. Ran into a technical difficulty. Let's try this again. But nevertheless, Saturday, the Cowboys had what we call a great preseason game. If there's such thing as a great preseason game, the Dallas Cowboys had a great preseason game. And just when we thought all of the excitement was over, then the Dallas Cowboys go and sign one Von Miller on Sunday. And then not only do they sign Von Miller on Sunday, then Brian Schottenheimer and Jerry Jones, they come back on Monday, getting Cowboys fans even more excited, saying, "We're not done." Now, I don't know what "we're not done" means. I know what a lot of people want it to mean, but I know it won't be what everyone thinks it means, but I can tell you what it does mean. The Dallas Cowboys are telling us they're all in without using the phrase, "we're all in." Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. All right, let's go. Again, I had church business today. Y'all know I'm a minister. But nevertheless, I said I still got to tap in with the Dallas Cowboys Nation. And we have a great show coming up for y'all tonight. And I'm going to tell you what we got coming up next on Cowboys After Dark. Let's get it. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We have a lot of great content coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. The show is going to be loaded on Cowboys After Dark. I have more things on the list than what you see on the list. Let me give you the list. We're gonna listen to the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Pat McAfee talked about Von Miller. Ian Rappaport talked about Von Miller. I got a video to show you that Von Miller isn't average. We're gonna look at the Traeshon Holden cut, and I got some quick hits in between that. And oh my gosh, I got some Micah hate on the Dallas Cowboys. I said it, Micah Parsons. Not me hating on Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons hating on the Dallas Cowboys. And then we're gonna look at the plays of the day at the end. And I think where we're gonna insert Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones had a press conference today, and we're going to insert the Jerry Jones press conference in between Pat McAfee and Brian Schottenheimer. There are also player interviews if time allows, and I think I'm gonna probably do maybe one or two of those, so time will allow. Maybe we'll stick those in where the quick hits are. We're gonna listen to a couple of player interviews. The one that I'm always interested in is Rashawn Gary. So I am telling y'all, buckle up, buckle in, get your popcorn. We are going, I'm not gonna tell you all night, but we going for a long time tonight on Cowboys After Dark. T. Martin, he said, "Did you hear Brian Broaddus?" What was he on, 105.3 The Fan? I may have to check that out tonight. We'll see. If we have time, we're gonna check out what Brian Broaddus said. But I did hear something he was saying today, and I didn't agree with it. I saw something he was talking about Kevontae Turpin. It don't matter what he said about Kevontae Turpin. Turpin ain't going nowhere. But I'll see if we can look at it. I'm sure it's on 105.3 The Fan. But the show is going to be packed tonight. All right. Let's get this roll call in. What's going on, Will the Fourth? What is going on? Robert Mitchell, what is going on? Brandon Green said the team is like a breath of fresh air. We ain't doing the same thing and over and over again, expecting a different result. Finally feels like we're making ground. Yeah. T. Martin, what up? Nathan Too Tough. April Showers. Jake O.B. checking in from the Oak Cliff. Tommy Solo, what's going on? Thomas Gold Ring, what up, Gold Ring? Terrell Senior, what's going on, my brother? Mose Logan, Bass in the building. What's going on? Dirk Rose, he said, Prophet G, I was getting worried. You closed your show because the Cowboys way off. Now, hey, Derek Rose, you know what's crazy? Did we not say that Traeshon Holden was more than likely going to get released today? We kind of figured it was going to be Traeshon Holden. Tommy Solo in the building. Miss Matrix, and we back. What's going on? Good to see you. What's going on, Jamal Ism? Good to see you. Vinny Holtz, what's going on? Man, Vinny Holtz, he said you guys got rid of Parsons like we got rid of Russell Wilson. Yep, you're right. It'll change the trajectory of the future. You're right. And Vinny Holtz, let me tell you something. A lot of people don't realize the Cowboys are doing some Seattle Seahawk-like things. We're doing some Seattle Seahawk-like things. Jimmy Bailey, what's up? Amber Soprano, what's going on? Good to see you. Blue Star Dallas TV, what up, Stephen Miller? Brandon Green, Mose Logan, I think I've said some of these names, but I'm gonna say them again. Frank Lawrence, what's going on? Bass, oh, you at work? Well, you gonna have a good time tonight. Stephen Miller, what's going on? Quick and Dead, what's going on? All right, let me see. I'm gonna say what you said and I'll go back. JCT Slice, he says Shade is a hypocrite. He said that Hurt should have been given grace if he needs Saquon to be successful, but said Dak needs to make everyone else successful. We still have 4. Yeah. What up, Marvin Mays? Good to see you tonight. Too Cool Rod, Steven Gibson, what's going on? Andre Johnson, what up? Marquetta, what's going on? Bama Boy in the building, what up? What up, Mark Davis? Best Smelling Man on YouTube. Y'all make sure y'all check out his fragrance channel. All right. Let's get into this show tonight. A lot of technical difficulties, but we here. What's going on, Yava? What's going on, Yava Cafecito? What's going on? What up, Upstate Nate? What's going on? All right, so let's get to this thing tonight.
Yeah! Here we go!
Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer. Let me tell y'all something about Brian Schottenheimer. Man, y'all notice how Brian Schottenheimer, man, Brian Schottenheimer, boy, Schotty got a different type of swag this year, y'all. Brian Schottenheimer has a different type of swag this year. That's all I'm telling you. We're going to start calling him Schotty Swag, man. Schotty got a different type of swag, man. You can tell by the way he's conducting these interviews. It's like he knows everything that's going on. It's like he just on point, very serious looking. Schotty Swag got it going on, bro. And Schotty is feeling good because, boy, the Cowboys are setting him up to succeed. The Cowboys are setting up Brian Schottenheimer to absolutely succeed in his second year with the Cowboys.
Good afternoon.
So without further ado, let's get into this. Let's check out Brian Schottenheimer. Man, Schotty got swag, bro. Schotty feeling good. Let's go.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What's the thought process behind getting Von Miller on your team?
Yeah, number one, always trying to find a competitive addition to our football team. We say it all the time, 24/7, 365. What I love about Von is we've got a lot of inside information, knowledge about him as a player. Certainly what he's accomplished is incredible, but what you hear about him as a teammate is even more incredible. And my few conversations with him, he's really excited about being part of what we're building here, and he's going to add a lot, not just on the field but off the field as well. And I think we're creating competition at a spot that is good. In no way, shape, or form is this where he comes in and takes over, any of that. He's just another really good player that we're adding to the addition of Rashawn.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Miss Matrix said, "Gee, why you say that about Schotty? Because his visor not backwards." I see you. Yeah, he did that. He did the visor backwards to have it all, have the swag all the way. I see you. What's going on? What's going on? Lost in translation.
Gary, Donovan Nezaraku, Malachi Lawrence, James Houston played great the other night. Sam Williams, T. Wheat, Isaiah Land, Maris. It's deep, and you can never have enough pass rushers.
Conversation.
Wait a minute. He said Sam Williams. Okay, maybe he's referring to pass rushers because I didn't see Sam Williams do anything the other day. I didn't see Sam Williams do anything the other day. Now, I love what Brian Schottenheimer just said. I just want to mention this point. Von Miller is not here to take the place of the young guys. Von Miller is here to complement the young guys. Von Miller is going to do 13 to 15 plays a game. And if he's really balling, and if you're probably playing a Seattle Seahawks team, or you're playing a Rams team, or, you're playing a Jaguars team, a Philadelphia Eagles team on the road, you're playing in one of those pivotal games, and Von Miller got it rolling, he might get 25 plays. But I believe Von Miller is going to be somewhere around 12 to 15 plays. Von Miller may do something that he said he was going to do last night. I wouldn't be surprised if Von Miller. I would not be surprised if Von Miller got 1 sack per game. Miss Matrix, you said don't bet on it. But I'm telling us, I believe that Von Miller is going to be a double-digit sack guy because of the players that are on this team and the system that they're running. I believe Von Miller is going to eat on this team. He's got Rashawn Gary opposite of him, who can rush the passer. He's got Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams in the middle. This dude is about to eat. Y'all watch what I tell you. Von Miller is going to eat. But not only does he compliment the young guys, he's going to be a teacher. And that's the part I want us to catch on to. Y'all remember, Von Miller is one of the founders, if I'm not mistaken. He's one of the founders of the Sack Symposium. Von Miller, the minute he gets on the field, Von Miller will be coaching, and coaching. He'll be coaching on the field. When he comes off the field, he'll be coaching. Von Miller is going to play. He's going to pay dividends for this team. This dude is about to eat, I'm telling y'all. And it's amazing to me that every time Von Miller's name is mentioned, somebody starts trying to say he ain't got it no more. I'm going to show y'all later on. I'm sorry. Von Miller is not your average 37-year-old. Man, I'm going to tell you something. I've seen some people in the last year. I saw a lady at church. Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago. She was the daughter. It's Cowboys After Dark. I got stories tonight. She was the daughter of one of the members. She's the daughter of one of the members, a couple. And they're 80 and 85. So the daughter is sitting back there. And I'm my son, I'm like always trying to play matchmaker for my son. I was like, hey, I got my son over there. He's only he like 21. You know what I'm saying? He 21. How old are you? I'm thinking she gonna tell me she about 35. I know she about 14 years old. At least that's what I thought. I thought she was just at least that. This lady was in her doggone 60s and looked like she was in her late 30s. All I'm telling you is age ain't the same on everybody. Oh, yeah. Age is not the same on everybody. And I'm telling y'all right now, Von Miller is not the average 37-year-old linebacker / edge rusher. Von Miller is a physical freak. I'm telling you. He is an absolute physical freak, and he is in incredible shape. He will be teaching, he will be executing, and he's going to be fresh the entire game. 15 plays is going to be perfect for Von Miller. He is going to be perfect. He's going to be perfect, I'm telling you. This man will be fresh the entire game. And like I said, I do expect if he got it going against a team like the Seahawks, against a team like the Rams, Philly, got it going on against Philly, got it going on against the Jaguars, he might get about 20 plays that game. But Von is going to pay dividends. April Showers, they've already hired him as a defensive coach. That's the point. They've already hired him. They've already hired him as a defensive coach. Von Miller is going to help the development of the Dallas Cowboys defensive line. He is going to help the development of that defensive line, and he's also going to give them an opportunity to bring Malachi Lawrence around slow. You don't have to get him out there and throw him into the fire and rush him, and maybe his technique is off, winds up getting hurt, or there's a setback. Nope, you got Von Miller. He's even going to help Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku, do something. Von will say, hey, let me show you how you do this. I'm telling y'all, Von Miller's about to pay dividends. He's about to pay dividends.
That you had, what was one of the better things that you heard and said, yeah, he's out. He's the type of guy we need?
Yeah, I think him talking about how much he can help, some of these young guys. Let's be honest, Malachi's a young player. Easy's still a young player. The influence, sitting in meetings with him and watching film, that's really powerful. And the guy has no ego. He wants to win. He's a huge fan of the Cowboys, obviously growing up in Texas. And I know he's told you guys about his dad, and that's home. So very, very excited to add him to our football team, and look forward to getting him here and getting him some work.
I want to do a deal with Cowboys.
Keep in mind, I haven't watched this
yet.
Keep in mind, I haven't watched this. So I said all of that without even hearing Brian Schottenheimer say that. But again, it's obvious. It's obvious. Bringing in Von Miller it's like a multi-purpose move. Co-founder of the Sack Symposium on your team? You got BT Jordan? You got BT Jordan and you got Von Miller? And they're going to be coaching your team? Man, let me tell you something. I don't care what name somebody is saying that they wish we would have got at the defensive or at the edge rusher position. I don't think any of them can do what Von Miller is about to do. I don't believe any of them can do what Von Miller is about to do. Von Miller is about to put on a clinic of teaching these young guys and complimenting these young guys. Miss Matrix, I'm trying to tell you, I believe Von Miller's getting double-digit sacks. I'm sorry. I believe he's getting double-digit sacks. I believe he's getting double-digit sacks. The system he's playing in and the players, this dude is about to eat. He's about to eat. Frank Lawrence said they'll keep saying Von Miller old until their QB1 is on his back. Yes, sir. Von about to eat. And I told y'all before, man, people don't understand. Sacks can be overrated. They're not always overrated, but they can be overrated. What is the result of the sack, and who are the teams the player is getting the sacks against? And I'm telling you, when you go back and you start looking at Max Crosby last year, people say he played hurt. Okay, he got one more sack than Von Miller. He started more games, and I know he got more snaps. He had one more sack than Von Miller. We looked at the previous season before that, and I can't remember. I'm thinking he might have been, was he hurt in 2024? Because I think he only got 7.5 sacks. So we're good on the run. We didn't need Max Crosby to help us stop the run. We were going to, if we get Max Crosby, because still people are still out there waving the flag for Max Crosby. And they ought to be waving the flag for a doggone offensive tackle. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. They ought to be screaming for an offensive tackle. We need offensive tackle depth. What good does it do to have Max Crosby, Jordan Brooks, and Von Miller if Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton fail, and then we're trying to scramble with the offensive line all year? No, let's go solidify that. Yeah, I know that's not sexy. Yeah, everybody want that sexy pick. Nah, bro. Sometimes you need somebody that can hold you down rather than somebody that can lay down. Amen. It's Cowboys After Dark. It's Cowboys After Dark. People sometimes too interested in that sexy pick they can lay down. And then when you get into something and then things start happening, they ain't gonna hold you down. Yeah, we need to start thinking about that offensive line. And I will not be surprised. Everybody's thinking, yeah, they ain't done. Can they not be done on the offensive tackle depth? Can they not be done there? Come on, man. Come on.
And sack leader, but at 37.
Andre Johnson, he said, facts, Evan Soprano said steel is really glass. Derek Rose, he said, I completely agree. We need offensive tackle insurance. Insurance, we do. Miss Matthew, you say you think I'm going too far as Cowboys After Dark. Oh, man. Man. I'm telling us, I would love to have some offensive tackle depth. I really would. I'm just telling you, I really would. I know no one wants to move Tyler Smith to the left tackle position. Well, give me some other options then. Go get Taylor Decker and let him be on the bench. Yeah, on the bench. I don't care if you pay Taylor Decker $7 million a year to sit on the bench. Go get Taylor Decker. Go get Taylor Decker. You want to see a fire get lit up under these offensive tackles? Shoot. Go out there and get Taylor Decker and watch what happens. Hey, and also, we're going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer after I ask y'all this question. But, you know, it is Cowboys After Dark, and I had a crazy thought today in between what I was doing as far as church business. What would y'all think if the Cowboys brought in Christian Wilkins? What would y'all think if the Cowboys brought in Christian Wilkins? Y'all remember, like, Christian Wilkins was kind of having some issues last year. I'm just kind of wondering if Christian Wilkins has got himself together. There was once upon a time that Christian Wilkins was looked at as one of the premier defensive tackles in the game. What would y'all think if the Cowboys brought in Christian Wilkins? I'm just asking you.
He still have in his tank that can help you on the field?
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at it, you know, he understands the game. The football intellect, intelligence is pretty, you know, top tier. The production last year was really real, you know, 9 sacks. I mean, that's hard to do at this level, but again, he's still got first step quickness. He still understands angles. He's still got a great assortment of counter moves. And again, our plan to use him, we think, will help him be very, very functional. You know, he's not going to play 60 plays a game. That's not what we're looking for. But he's going to get the snaps that he gets, and he's going to make us better. And hopefully, we are playing a lot of games with the lead, and he, along with those other guys I mentioned in that room, will go out there and hunt together.
Miss Matrix, you said you're going too far on them double-digit sacks. You know, Miss Matrix, we may have to put a jersey on this, but I ain't gonna put the jersey on it until game number 9. I gotta wait until game number 9 before I feel safe to put a jersey on Von Miller getting double-digit sacks. Cause I got a feeling by game 9 we'll know if he gonna get double-digit sacks. I think we gonna know. But you know, I am telling y'all, man, it is so crazy to me how people, you can kind of hear how they kind of talking about Von Miller. Yeah, you know, what, you know, Clarence is asking, like, you know, what made y'all think he had something else left in the tank or something to that level? Man, if I'm Von Miller in the tank, like he running on E. Stop it, man. This dude ain't running on E. There's no sign this dude is running on E. There's no signs of it. Bass said he couldn't stop standing behind his male team. Boy, you tripping. Boy. Okay, I got you, Bass. I get the message. Frank Lawrence said he loves the Von Miller saying. He said he wants to be here. What makes any team owner thinks they signed Max to a lucrative contract and he won't do what he did with the Raiders? Max is a head case. I've been saying, man. I don't know, man. Max been acting a little. Man, he been acting a little Parsonish, man. You know.
With Christian Parker's scheme, you know, he's gonna be more going to the quarterback. He won't be dropping the coverage. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, all these guys have to drop a little bit, and I think, you know, that's part of playing the 3-4. But CP and I are pretty smart. We're not going to drop guys that are really good at chasing the passer, but that's something that you have to do occasionally in the 3-4 to keep the offense guessing. But you know, again, I think, you know, you listen to, you know, CP, the understanding of him. He's trained with BT. Talking about Von, of course, he's trained with BT, and you know, we're really excited.
Brian Potter with ESPN. When you're about to sign a guy like this, do you have conversations with the guys in the room, like you kind of mentioned to us at the start there?
Yeah, as a staff we do, you know, and again, you know, like everyone should be excited that we're adding a great teammate, a very talented player that's accomplished what he's accomplished. You know, if they don't want to compete every day, they're not in the right organization, because that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to build. But the conversations that were had, the guys understand, they get it. And again, I think it's going to bring the best out of everybody.
And then obviously the Saints coming here tomorrow. Expectation, what are your expectations for that?
Yeah, I mean, carry over a little bit, you know, from what we do with the Rams.
Yeah, Doug Face, I get exactly what you're saying. You know, people act like Von is some washed up has-been. Man, Von. I'm telling us, Von gonna eat the Cowboys. He's gonna eat with the Cowboys. And then around game 9, and when he have about 8 sacks, then I'm gonna tell Miss Matrix now we're gonna put a jersey on the line that he get 2 more for the rest of the season. Oh man. What's going on, Saquon? Taylor Decker. Yeah, Taylor Decker is who I think they need to get on the line. They really do. Because they need some depth. I think I heard Voch Lombardi, shout out to Voch Lombardi. I heard Voch Lombardi even talking about this today about, I think he might have been talking about offensive line depth. Offensive line depth. They need to explore it. They really do.
You know, Kel is obviously a friend, and you know, they just had a joint with the Saints, and then they're actually having another joint with.
Wait a minute, Derrick Rose make a great point. Derrick Rose said, "Gee, it's nothing to do with Von Miller not having anything left in the tank. It's all because he's with the Cowboys now. Typical Cowboys hate." Yep.
The Rams a couple days after us, so you know, Kel and I have kind of laid it out. It'll be very similar to what we did with the Rams. A few less reps since they have another joint coming up, but you'll see a lot of the same situational work, you know, some of the special team stuff that we need to get done, and then I think it'll seem familiar to you guys.
Now I'll admit I'm excited about the New Orleans Saints game later on today, but I'm not really. And this is really going to be a big test, if you ask me, for the Cowboys, because the Cowboys have done this sometimes. They get up for a team that everybody says they can't beat, and then they play down to their competition. Even if we're talking about preseason, the Saints are nowhere near as good as the Cowboys. The Saints are nowhere near as good as the Cowboys. So I'm not really as excited for this game. And you know, and I'm going to talk about this more as we go along in this stream. People people sometimes, don't understand player evaluation. People don't understand who you play matters. Who you practice against matters. Let's take, for example, what happened on Saturday night. Sam Howell's level of difficulty was higher than the level of difficulty that Joe Milton had. Sam Howell was in the game when the Seattle Seahawks were actually taking it to the Cowboys' offensive line. The Cowboys' offensive line were not blocking well at the beginning of that game. They were not blocking well against the Seattle Seahawks' second team. They were not. And so let's equate what happened from, and I'm not making this up. Brian Schottenheimer even said this. Brian Schottenheimer said our offensive line didn't block well in the first half. Pad level, all these things. He was saying the offensive line didn't play well. Yeah, you know what he's basically saying? They got their lunch ate. So inside of the line not blocking well, Jaden Blue had to run behind said line. Jaden Blue getting met at the line of scrimmage. Jaden Blue is having to run through, no blocking. Sam Howell is playing behind. Worse blocking. Sam Howell barely had time to throw. And the catches that were made, in particular the one by Camden Brown, was a better catch than it was a throw. So now you're going to go against the Saints. And let me finish this thought. So then in the second half, Joe Milton plays against not the number 2 defense. He's playing against the 2.5 to the 3 defense and then the 3.5 defense. Malik Davis is running against and he did run some in the second quarter. But even by the second quarter, everyone knows how preseason games go. The longer the game, the worse the competition, because they're trying to get all those players in. So the guys in the second half, they benefited from the Cowboys in the second half. Their offensive line blocked better than they did in the first half. They blocked better than they did in the first half and the second half. And a part of that is because the competition wasn't as strong as it was in the first half. And I want you to think about this. So you're looking at a game where in reality, all things aren't equal. All things aren't equal. So you look at that game and now you make changes based on that game. Right? So now you're going to make changes. So now Joe Milton gets to start out against the New Orleans Saints. Malik Davis is going to be starting out against the New Orleans Saints. Are the New Orleans Saints anywhere near as good as the Los Angeles Rams? Are the New Orleans Saints anywhere as good as the Los Angeles Rams? This is a scrimmage. So you're going to have now Malik Davis and Joe Milton. They're going up against a lesser team, and they're playing first. How do you think they're going to look? How do you think they're going to look? I want to see how the entire Cowboys team look, because I know the Saints aren't as good as the Rams. Will the Cowboys totally dominate the Saints the way they did periodically against the Rams? Will they do this against the Saints? So let's keep on going. So now the Cowboys are going to play, I believe, the Arizona Cardinals on Saturday night. Who in here believes the Arizona Cardinals, who believes that their second team is as good as the Seattle Seahawks second team? Who believes that? Because I don't. The Cardinals already have all 4 of their rookie players injured. I don't think Jeremiah Love is going to play. I don't think Jeremiah Love is going to play. But when you think about all of these things, Joe Milton, Malik Davis, and others are going to play in the first half against a preseason team that is not as good as the team that Sam Howell and Jaden Blue faced the previous week. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if in this first half coming up this week, even though that competition will be better than the Saints' second half competition, I will not be surprised if Joe Milton goes off against the New Orleans Saints. And Malik Davis too. But equally, all depending on what they're going to be playing with, because think about this. You're going to be playing with lesser players in the second half of that game. Everybody will. So if Jaden Blue plays, Jaden Blue, shoulder issue, I don't think it's major, will he be able to run through the Saints? And will Sam Howell be able to eat against the second half or the third team defense of the Cardinals? So some of this stuff, that's why I say the way people are evaluating these preseason games, I don't think people are necessarily evaluating them right, if that makes sense. If I'm looking at the preseason, I'm not so much looking at the big plays as much as I'm looking at the execution, knowing where you need to be, being where you're supposed to be, intensity levels. I'm looking for those things. But I think some of those things are a little bit harder to judge. Now, when a player has a performance like Camden Brown, I am evaluating those. Because when I look at Camden Brown's evaluation, when I look at what he did, I'm looking at the level of difficulty the catch was. I'm looking at the level of difficulty. I wouldn't look at that game, for example, and say, hey, man, Camden Brown is better than Ryan Flournoy. No, I'm not thinking that. I'm not thinking about he's taking the place of Ryan Flournoy. But as it applies to those other wide receivers who got their opportunity to play, I'm looking at the same thing as far as execution and intensity. But Camden Brown did something with the one-hand catch. And then when he went up and high-pointed that ball in the end zone, now those are things that those are the abnormal things that made me go, okay, whoa. This is something I put extra into the evaluation. So I'm just looking at all this and I'm just kind of like, Camden Brown stepped up because of the difficulty of what he did. Michael Trigg is moving up because I look at the difficulty of the catches that he made. The difficulty of the catches. I'm not even sure about all of his execution and all that. I just know Michael Trigg made a couple of, that one catch going to the sideline was absolutely insane. But then when I go back to the running back situation, I'm not sure we got an accurate evaluation on that yet. Because of what Schottenheimer said, that first half defense, and then who Malik Davis started going up against, especially in the third quarter. That's not taking anything away from Malik Davis. Ran hard. Some quickness there. But I still say, and I think he's going to talk about this a little bit later. I haven't seen it, but I think the running backs are going to get brought up. But I still say the Cowboys aren't going to be satisfied with this Malik Davis thing.
John Machado with The Athletic, adding Von.
Yeah, that's another great point you just made there, 100 proof. Can Brown do it again? Yeah. Can you do it again? Benny Holtz, I think that has happened too. I think the culture has leaked all the way to the third stringers, in particular on defense. Yeah, Andre Johnson, CP called the game without a play sheet. He's next level. Nobody does that. Yeah, I like it. Hey, Stephen Miller, hold on to that thought. We're going to talk about Traeshon Holden in a minute.
Miller now, where do you think you guys are at personnel-wise on defense? Like, is there still more to be done, or do you like what you got right now?
I love our roster. I mean, I really do. I think, we're a talented roster. We're way different on paper this year than we were last year, but we're not done. We're not done developing our players. We're not done getting the young guys ready to go. We're not done potentially adding pieces, but I love our roster. I love the makeup of the young men in that room, the way they love one another, the way they care about one another. And, I know I pointed out the other day, but I'm going to point out again, if you got guys like Jonathan Mingo that's literally 25 yards behind the play, and he's willing to run for the love of the game, but more importantly, the love of his brother, to keep a guy from scoring on a punt return for a touchdown, you've got the right chemistry.
Now, I got to wait and hear the Jerry Jones portion of this. But I just want to caution us. People are just screaming, Max Crosby, Max Crosby. We need offensive tackle depth. We need offensive tackle depth. I believe this team is going to be more focused on what they need rather than what people out there are screaming. Now, again, I'm not opposed to the Cowboys getting Max Crosby. I think he'll be great with the Cowboys. But I don't think this Max Crosby conversation is even a conversation. And I don't think it's going to be a conversation until the trade deadline or until the season is over. I'm not saying we're not going to do it, but I don't see Max Crosby. I don't see Max Crosby. I think the Cowboys are going to continue to evaluate their team, and they're going to go by needs. They're going to go by needs. And I think when you look at what wound up happening, in that game, I even think what they saw from Maurice Leofow, I think they said, no, we might need a little bit better of a pass rusher than Maurice Leofow. They went and got Von Miller. We found out from Von Miller the Cowboys had already talked to him also kind of before the season before the training camp. But I just think when they saw what happened in that preseason game, they said, yeah, I think we're going to bring in Von Miller. So we're going to see what happens this week. And I'm telling you, man, I would not be surprised. Lingo Rasta. I would not be surprised they brought in Taylor Decker. Why not get a guy like Taylor Decker? Some of the fan base sometimes, I understand it. They think big names mean big things, like big performance in Super Bowl. And I get it. I get it. But sometimes you got to look at what's going on and say, okay, do I want this or do I need this? Do I want this or do I need this? And the reason why I appreciate the Seattle Seahawks is because when you look at the Seattle Seahawks, what did they do last year? The Seattle Seahawks implemented a culture after Russell Wilson, after Pete Carroll, implemented a culture. It took them 1 year to implement it. They continued to draft well, played somewhat in free agency, and then in McDaniel's second year, they didn't go for the biggest fish in the pond. They went out there and said, okay, there are some things that we want, and there are some things that we need. And based on what we already have, based on what we've already seen, what we need is Sam Darnold. Yeah, what we need is Sam Darnold. Yeah, we need Sam Darnold. We need a guy who may not be the best quarterback in the league, but he's got talent. And with the system we have, I believe we can hone that talent to do what we want. Okay, we need a pass rusher. DeMarcus Lawrence? Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence. That's who we need. Yeah, we don't need Micah Parsons. We don't need to go out there and try to make this big splash and try to give up all these draft picks and give up and whatever it is. Seattle said, it's not about what we want. It's about what we need. Whatever keeps the team cohesive, whatever fits the system, and whatever enhances the team and helps it to win. And again, I'm not opposed to Max Crosby, but in the grand scheme of things, we were hollering for a pass rusher. Max Crosby got 10, Von Miller got 9. That offensive tackle situation we got going on, we can ignore it if we want to. That is not a want that we have at offensive tackle. We want Tyler Guyton to be who we think he is. We want Terrence Steele to be better. Want don't always turn into happening. We need insurance at the offensive tackle position. We do. Because if we don't get this, if we don't get some kind of insurance and something goes wrong at the offensive tackle situation, we're going to be scrambling trying to get that thing to work. We're going to be scrambling. Steve Gibson said, let's not put our wants before the team needs. Crosby is a want, tackle is a need. There's a difference. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Andre said facts. The difference between want and need is huge. For me, I'm going back to Will McClay. He said we were not one player away. Max Crosby, to me, is when you get all of your needs filled. You got your insurance policies, you got your plan for your rookies, you got your veterans to where you can bring them up to speed slowly. Max Crosby, to me, is when you got all of your needs, filled. And then you sit back and go, about that Max Crosby thing. Because he's a want. He's a want. And maybe now that we got everything that we need, he can truly come in and dominate. And we don't have to use him for anything other than what we are using him for. I'm just telling you. Well, 100 Proof said we need one more defensive back and a skill number 2 back, and also we need offensive tackles. I'm not sure we need a defensive back. And if we need a defensive back, 100 Proof, we probably need more depth than we need somebody to come in and start. Because I think we already know who the starters are going to be. The starters are going to be Deron Bland, Kobe Durant, Savon Revel Jr., and however that looks. Those are the starters. Then we got Devin Moore. He's already here. We got Darion Kendrick. He's already here. So it's just a matter of we don't need top-level defensive backs. We need guys who can come in and be the depth. And again, we got Darion Kendrick. I want to see more of Darion Kendrick and see what he has. But again, let me see here. The other position you mentioned was I don't think the Cowboys think they need a number 2 running back. Not yet. I'm going to talk about that running back situation in a moment. But I definitely think we need to think about Taylor Decker. We do. Yeah, Stephen Gibson, no tackle insurance, no got it. Yeah, but we really need to be thinking about Decker or somebody.
And you had Maffa and Barron with injuries in the game, and obviously Barham coming back. Can you give any updates on it?
Yeah, we got a few guys coming back. Zion will start working back into practice. Schein will. Devin Moore will. Got a few guys banged up from the game. Phil's ribs, Izzy's ribs. Jaden's got a shoulder. And then 2 guys won't practice today. Bullard and then Triggs got a toe that he's dealing with. But we're not concerned about it.
Nick Harris for Star Telegram. Going back and looking at the film, what did you like, not like from the running backs?
Number one, we didn't block very well in the first half. We weren't very efficient running the football.
Now hold on a second. I want you to hear this. People want, and Brian Schottenheimer created this monster. Brian Schottenheimer created this monster. I've noticed this now on 2 of these occasions. People keep asking Brian Schottenheimer questions about the running backs, in particular, Jaden Blue. They're wanting Brian Schottenheimer to criticize Jaden Blue. I've been hearing this stuff out there in the stratosphere. They want him to hate on Jaden Blue. Now, he created this monster because last year it was like all Schotty did was overly critique. And I don't know, he probably didn't even overly critique him, but he critiqued Jaden Blue. I mean, I think I don't know if it's overly critiqued, but I can tell you this, boy, he really would go in on Jaden Blue anytime anybody asked him about Jaden Blue. So I'm noticing, kind of like, what didn't you like about the running backs or whatever the case may be? I know what they're wanting. They're wanting Schotty to say, yeah, man, Jaden Blue didn't play that well. Or Jaden Blue didn't do this, or Jaden Blue didn't do that. That's what they're wanting.
Shoulder, and then 2 guys won't practice today. Bullard, and then Triggs got a toe that he's dealing with, but we're not concerned about
Listen to this.
Nick Harris for Star Telegram. Going back and looking at the film, what did you like, not like from the running backs?
Number one, we didn't block very well in the first half. We weren't very efficient running the football. Some of that is the fact that they're pretty big and stout in there, and we didn't have a lot of perimeter runs up, Nick, to get the ball on the edge.
Wait.
Again,
Guess who he's talking about right there? Jaden Blue. I know people want Schotty to say, yeah, man, Jaden Blue is not, he's this, and this. No, Schotty is saying this correctly. The blocking was bad in the first half. Anybody watch the game? I did. It was bad in the first half. Jaden Blue was running against a much better line than these other running backs ran against. A much better line. And notice what Schotty said. Those guys were bigger. They were bigger up front in the first half. Notice the other part. We didn't do anything on the perimeter. Who is he talking about? Jaden Blue. We only ran him between the tackles. With that line and the way that it was blocking, we didn't have a way to get Jaden Blue, or at least it seems like he's implying, we didn't even have a way to get Jaden Blue on the perimeter. So rather than what everybody is trying to insinuate and wanting to be said, rather than this being about, yeah, man, Jaden Blue didn't do that good, Jaden Blue ain't good, Jaden Blue ain't this, Jaden Blue ain't that, he's basically saying, nah, man, we didn't block well in the first half. So I'm not going to give you what you want about Jaden Blue. Man, I'm telling you, there is this movement out there of people. They don't want Jaden Blue to succeed. And you can tell me all day long, no, we just want the Cowboys to have the best of the best, or whatever the case may be. Well, you might be doing a little bit of double talking. Because again, I'm going to say it again. If we really wanted the Cowboys to have the best of the best, they would actually be going outside of the roster. Yeah. They would be going outside of the roster. We're literally talking about the number 2 running back. I told y'all before, the plan, I believe, has always been the plan. Even if Jaden Blue was the number 2 back, Jaden Blue is going to be his own thing. The number 2 back is going to be Malik Davis. I said that before any of this. Malik Davis is going to be the number 2 back, and Jaden Blue is going to be his whole other thing, and he's going to be in the backfield. He's going to be out of the backfield, passing game, screen game, pitch game, sweep game, you name it. Jaden Blue is playing. Cowboys got a plan on this, and I believe that's what it is.
It was probably an 8-iron that we showed in the game. But I thought you look at certain guys like
didn't show everything as it applies to Jaden Blue.
Malik Davis, that I talked about. I mean, his ability to move the chains, and Izzy ran really, really hard. But there really wasn't in the first half a lot there for guys like Jaden and Phil. As they were battling.
Schottenheimer is saying this. Jaden Blue didn't run bad. There was nothing there. Man, people want this dude to fail so bad. Ever since Schotty said, I like big backs. Understand, though, just because you like big backs don't mean you can't use Jaden Blue. What does that have to do with big backs? Okay, I like big backs, run between the tackles, A-B gaps, whatever the case may be. But teams started showing last year, if that's what you're going to do, we're going to stop you. Y'all do know teams stopped us from running the ball last year, right? There were teams that stopped us from running the ball, and they're going to do it again. And if we just make this run game one-dimensional and just say A and B gaps, they're going to stop us. Javonte Williams' specialty is not outside runs. Malik Davis can run outside, but he's not as quick. He's not as quick as Jaden Blue, and he's not as fast as Jaden Blue. And the reason why the Cowboys continue to pass over Malik Davis, what have I told y'all? They see his ceiling. They see his ceiling. They're telling us they want something more, but they think that something more may be on the team, a la Phil Maffa, a la Jaden Blue. But he's telling us there was nothing there. There was nothing there for Jaden Blue. That's what he just told us. Man, people want this dude to fail so bad, it's ridiculous, man.
Went uphill a little bit, but we figured it out in the second half, and that I talked about. I mean, his ability to move the chains, and Izzy ran really, really hard, but there really wasn't in the first half a lot there for guys like Jaden and Phil. They were battling uphill a little bit, but we figured it out in the second half, and but that'll be a big part of what we're trying to do, throughout this week is some of the padded work that we get against the Saints and ourselves heading into Arizona. We need to move people better inside.
As a staff, principally, coming out of the...
Yeah, again, Jaden Blue is going to be their multi-purpose back. That's what he's going to be. He's going to be Steven Gibson, as you said, like Felix Jones. When you think about Javonte Williams, bruiser, you think about Malik Davis. I don't really think bruiser. I think of him maybe as a little bit of a change of pace back. Jaden Blue is the most different running back they have. He's the most different running back they have. Speed, quickness, can catch like a wide receiver. Jaden Blue is a part of the plan. And even if they would have called him number 2, Jaden Blue wasn't going to be the number 2. I think he's going to be his own little entity.
First preseason game, how different are those personnel meetings when you're looking at the depth chart and trying to crack things down?
Yeah, it's different. We're 3 weeks into camp. We've had a joint. We've had a we've had a preseason game. We got another joint coming. We've made some adjustments. No, I'm not going to tell you what those adjustments are. We're creating competition, and you guys see some of them today, but all the guys have been informed of why we're making those decisions. Nothing's finalized, but we're trying different combinations of people, and some guys have earned the right to move up and get different reps, and other guys maybe need to play a little bit better, so they're going to lose a rep or two, but we're a long way from being done.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. With Von, what is the timeline looking like for him to be on the practice field? When do you hope he starts working into team drills and things like that?
Yeah, he'll be a ramp up. He's going to be no different than any new player you would add, certainly one that hasn't been in camp. We're not going to rush him out there. There's no need to do that. It's more getting him around the fellas, getting him, with Chidera and CP and the defensive staff, but he's going to be in a ramp-up. I'm pretty sure he hasn't forgot how to rush the passer or play football. But we'll be smart with him, and I think he gets in tonight, and we'll get rolling with him tomorrow.
And then watching everything back, what did you think of how your special teams units played and coverage, returns, things like that?
Yeah, not good enough. Addressed that today with the guys. It's not the standard. We know that, but it's also preseason game 1. Our mantra is get back to basics. You got to pay more attention to detail. Very, very disappointed in how we lost contain. Very disappointed in how we gave up kick-side leverage. When the ball's supposed to be kept on your right shoulder, keep it on your right shoulder. The ball's supposed to be on your left shoulder, keep it on your left shoulder. And then we did a terrible job of communicating non-verbally, on the coverage teams. Hey, I'm the ball player, I'm the outside player, I'm the capper. didn't do a good enough job of that. So we had a long special teams meeting today. It's going to be a big part of our emphasis because it wasn't good enough.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5. Von Miller said on a podcast that he has 10 to 15 plays in him per game. Your thoughts on that?
I think we won't really know that. I mean, I think, like I said, we're not expecting him to come in here and play 40 plays a game, 10 to 15. Great plays sound good to me. If it's 18 to 20, that's cool too. But he's a great addition. But that room's really talented, and I'm so excited about what we're building in that room with Traeshon and Easy and those guys. And Malachi, I think, played really well. We got him some work. I think that was great to see, and I can go on and on, keep naming them. You guys know all the guys. Marist rushed well. T-Wheat, T-Wheat played awesome. Finished the game, couple big sacks. Isaiah Land got a big sack. But Von's going to make us better on and off the field, and I think that's what we're excited about.
True.
Think of another time in your career or one of your dad's teams where you brought in a player like a Von Miller in a training camp and they've had an impact for you later on in that season?
Yeah. When you ask the question, I always try to go on what first jumps into my mind. It wasn't during training camp, but we brought in San Diego, we brought in Keenan McCardle, like week 3 or 4. He came in on a Tuesday night and played 65 plays on Sunday, which is unusual. But veterans, they know how to figure it out, And you find like a little cheat code that helps them certain things that they might not know. They look to the sidelines and you give them a little reminder and they're like, yeah, I got that. But I think he ended up playing 60.
I'm like you, Amber Soprano. Come on, Von Miller don't have to practice. Man, when I show y'all what I'm going to show y'all later on, shoot, Von Miller's the last person I'm worried about, Amber Soprano. He's the last person I'm worried about.
5 plays, had a couple catches, and it's one of the benefits of being a guy that understands the game. Oh, Brad.
Sorry.
No questions, Brad? Huh? No questions today.
You're entirely too thorough.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Brad. Write that down, guys. Clarence, especially you, too thorough.
Coach Parcells.
No, that's Schottenheimer.
Hey, Coach Parcells is at the watching the ponies right now. Let's be honest. Yeah, he's Saratoga, baby.
153, the fan. You talked about moving people better inside. Last week we talked about how walkthroughs can lead to playing a little high, and I just wondered, was part of that first half trouble pad level?
Yeah, it was. It was, baby, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it was. There were some things. They were big front, big physical front. We have a lot of respect for, AD, Coach Durday, Mike McDonald. They're big and physical, but yeah, we did. We played a little high and didn't get the movement. There was too much penetration on some of our gap schemes. I thought, with the tight ends coming across on some of the kick out blocks and stuff, they got a little bit high and got knocked around a little bit. And it's all part of playing real football.
Remember the one.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You kind of touched on the offensive line a little bit, but what do you need to see from that offensive line depth over the next couple of weeks to feel confident about it?
Yeah, again, I'm anxious to see us go up against the Saints, and we got a good look at a number of the guys that are battling for positions in that 6th, 7th, 8th rotation. They played the other day, and some good snaps, some bad snaps, as you would imagine, but consistency. And playing together and communication, all those things go hand in hand with having a really good offensive line. And we'll also be looking to, move some pieces around and to see how they would function because, as you know, you're rarely going to go through a season without having different combinations of offensive linemen. And so we need to be prepared for that by getting guys reps at other positions.
You guys brought in Vaughn, BT Jordan, Chidera.
Now, let's understand something here. They're evaluating. Larry Golden, like you said, Vaughn's a great addition, and there's a lot, you said it was just game 1. Now, understand something. That's why I say, people got to understand. The Cowboys are still evaluating. It's just one game. Now you got the second game. They may come out of this second game saying, no, we need an offensive tackle. They may absolutely come out of this second game saying we need an offensive tackle. And I'll tell you something else about these running backs. You might not believe what I'm telling you, but if the Cowboys think they need another running back, Jaden Blue will not be the one that gets cut. I guarantee you, Jaden Blue will not be the one that gets cut. If anything, it'll be Malik Davis again. Because if they go get another running back, they're not telling you Jaden Blue isn't enough, because this is Jaden Blue's second year. And Jaden Blue is really more of that all-purpose back. If they go get another running back, and I mean a really good running back, Malik Davis will be the odd man out. He'll be the odd man out. And I wouldn't be surprised. It all depends. The Cowboys may roll to Malik Davis. You know, everybody keeps saying he deserves a chance. But if there is a running back that maybe shakes down as these 53-man rosters, people got to get down to the 53-man rosters, and so many people, I know what they're thinking. Yeah, that we're not done is Max Crosby. No, there's a lot of teams that's going to be cutting down to their 53-man rosters. And they may have some players that they release that are better than the players on your team. And one of those could be running back. You never know what running back could be out there in free agency once this next game is over with. Because the third game is a dress rehearsal. The third game is your players, other teams' players, they're all auditioning for the other teams. Because your first string, your second string, it's all decided. You're only looking at your third and maybe fourth string of guys, and you've probably already picked them by the time the last preseason game rolls around. So that game is really going to be an audition game. So the Cowboys, again, they will be looking at who cuts who. And I guarantee you, because these teams are all doing this, right now, they're listening and they're watching and they're writing down potential players that other teams could cut that they're going to be on the lookout for. Yep, they're going to be on the lookout for what other teams are doing. Vinny Holt said, G, from what I know about Schotty, his offense is pass to run. It is. Vinny Holt, that's why I told people, if you go back and look at Brian Schottenheimer's history, contrary to what, people always talking about, yeah, he led the league in rushes or whatever the case may be, whatever that stat is. Go back and look at the Seattle Seahawks. First year, ran his butt off. Second year, DK Metcalf came in. Threw more, ran less. By the third year, we were talking about let Russ cook. Brian Schottenheimer let loose in that third season. Yeah, he let loose. Vinny says Schotty screens are a weapon like no other. And I can tell he's been working on them. Have you noticed how many wide receiver screens we saw in the preseason game? Saw a whole bunch of wide receiver screens. So it looks like Schotty is now evolving his play calling, getting it back closer to what it was maybe in that third year in Seattle. So now we're watching wide receiver screens. I noticed that a lot again. And they didn't run the running back screens as much against Seattle. And I think that's some of the stuff that Brian Schottenheimer is saying. We're going to hold back some of the things we're going to do in the run game. We're not even seeing half of what they're going to do in the run game. And that's why I'm telling us, people can get mad, get glad, but I'm telling you, Jaden Blue is a part of the plan. Jaden Blue is a part of the plan. He is. And even if they would have called him the number 2, and I already said this, you're not using Jaden Blue as a straight-up running 2, a straight-up running back 2. No, he's your multi-purpose back.
There are a lot of voices in terms of their pass rush. How excited are you about just the different types of voices and the different types of hands-on coaching you can have with some of these?
Well, I think the big thing to be said there is they all believe the same stuff. Like if you have a guy that comes in that believes in rushing the passer this way or rushing the passer that way, and he's like, yeah, don't listen to what he says. Hey, here's the way you need to do it. But, Von obviously has got his experiences, but he's been trained by BT Jordan. Chidera and BT have been working together for a long time. Chidera is an expert at it as well. I think you can see it with the way some of our guys are playing on the edges. I mean, we forced Seattle into situations late in the game where they had to use double chippers. And but the thing for me is that there's alignment with how we want to rush the passer. And whether that's, DeMarcus Ware when he's around, Charles Haley when he's around, there's alignment with how we want to do it.
Hey, Coach. Nicole, Hutchison, DallasCowboys.com. Reddy Stewart, I feel like, hasn't been talked about a lot.
You know what, Rod Curry? I think you make a very good point here. I also don't think a 53-man roster is enough. I don't think it's enough either. I think they need to go more towards a 63-man roster. I really do. I think a 60, and I know, people say the practice squad. I think you need a legitimate, and even if it wasn't 63, maybe 60 game, a 60-man roster to where you can have 3 quarterbacks, 4 running backs. Maybe you can have 6 wide receivers, add like a couple of extra offensive linemen, maybe even 3 extra offensive linemen, but maybe 4 extra offensive linemen and 3 extra defensive linemen, or however you want to do it. But I tell you, I would not mind for them going to 60 to 63-man roster. I think 53 is tight, man. 53 is tight. Worley said, a number 2 running back just played blue number 2G. What we talking about? We good. Yeah, 100 proof, and I think that's exactly what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. And that's why I just kind of laugh at people when I'm hearing Jaden Blue ain't this and Jaden Blue ain't that. Yeah, because you want Jaden Blue to be, you're saying Jaden Blue isn't Javonte Williams. You're right. But if you tell me that, if you're telling me that Jaden Blue is that multi-purpose back, or you're telling me he's not a multi-purpose back, I'm gonna tell you you're not looking right. You're not looking right. And if you're playing Marty ball, man, I'm sorry. LaDainian Tomlinson was not just a power runner. LaDainian Tomlinson is one of those running backs they don't make anymore. Bigger type running back. He had the speed, he had the quickness, he had the power, he could run between the tackles, he could run the perimeter, he could play the goal line, he could play in the pass game, he could block whatever you want him to do. Nowadays, you actually have to have 2 or 3 running backs to be a LaDainian Tomlinson, an Emmitt Smith. You need multiple running backs to do that today. They're not making them like that no more. They're just not making them like that.
Throughout camp, he's had a nice camp, had half a sack with Tyrus this weekend. Where do you kind of evaluate him, and what have you been impressed?
Yeah, number 1, played terrific. Really was proud of him. It's funny because literally BT Jordan took credit for Reddy's half a sack. So he said, yeah, I taught him that. I said, no, you can't do that. Anybody gets a sack, you can't take credit for it. Okay, BT, let's just. But no, I mean, Reddy, he's always ready to play. He does everything right. His motor, his effort, his communication skills. He played really well. Julius Wood, some big-time plays. The goal line stand we had, they ran a little toss play to their sideline. Incredible play. And but yeah, Reddy he's having a really good camp.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3, The Fan. You called me out. I can't have that.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that these games in August don't count, but they matter. We've all seen the clip. You seem pretty energized about the win afterwards. And Clayton walking out said, I've been in here 9 times, and I've never walked out winning a game. So how important in the grand scheme of things?
What up, Mr. DJ Smooth?
Yeah. I don't think winning the game was as important as playing the game, but I do think that the best way to learn how to win is to win. We came out healthy, which is a big part of it. But I thought the play style was on demand. I told the players today, I felt like if you were just watching that game from, the top row of the stadium, it felt like a regular season game. Guys were flying around. It was physical. They were swarming to the ball. Receivers were blocking.
I 100% agree with this. It seemed like a regular season game. It really did.
For us, there was big plays. There were matchups. There were adjustments. I think that was the better part is that we're beginning to put on film what our play style and identity looks like, and that's really what you're trying to get done in August. And it doesn't really matter if it's in Quest, Lumen, Field, whichever one it is, or out here at practice. You want to feel that each and every day.
A couple of things. Quarterbacks. Why did you start Sam, and will the other guy get the next start?
Who's the other guy? No. Basically, we felt like Sam had been a little bit more consistent. They'd both done good things, and so Sam got the start. We communicated that to Joe, and Joe took it very matter-of-factly and went out and played terrific. Both guys moved the team, but I thought Joe was maybe in the best command of our system that he's been in since he's been here, and I told him that after the game, how proud I was of him for that. But they're competing again to see, this week, and I'll let you know when we make that decision.
Christian Parker, first game out. Can you just talk about what you saw from him? I know we talked briefly after the game, but now that you watched the film and can take it all in, what did you see from him in that defense?
Yeah, the belief of, what he wants to run, the conviction. There were some really cool adjustments that he made where there was a call he made early in the game. I won't get into specifics that he didn't really like based off what they were doing. He immediately adapted. I think that shows experience. That shows understanding of coverage. And I did give him a hard time because I don't think I could call a game without looking at a call sheet. I mean, that'd be pretty hard, but again, it shows you that he knows what he wants, and overall I thought it was a really good start. But again, one game, and there's things he'll take away from that and be, hey, I need to improve this, I need to do that a little bit better. Our sideline communication across the board, all three phases, even to the box to talk to coaches can be better, but it was a good start.
With Christian, demeanor-wise, is that like, are you listening? I know you call them plays, so it's probably hard to listen to what they're saying between things. But are you trying to see what he's like in between series, or anything like that?
Yeah, it's more I like to hear the flow of the information that he's receiving, because when you're a play caller on the field, I've been that, and the information flow was more that I was listening to how he was getting information from the box, from Ryan Smith and guys like that. But yeah, I mean, he's exactly the way he is in practice. Very cool, very calm, knows what he wants, quick to make adjustments. But I do think that for the first game, it was very, very clear that the staff was aligned with communication and getting information to him, and I thought he called a good game.
You talked about your coaches being teachers. Did you learn something about how good of maybe your teachers are on the defensive staff? It didn't look like a lot of busts. It didn't look. I don't know if there was a missed tackle, that they're buying what those guys are.
Well, unfortunately, I saw the stat. There was a missed tackler too, but we'll go with a 19-0 from last year. I did see that stat, but no, absolutely. I'm gonna stick with that, Todd. Honestly, the tackling, to do a drill is cool, right? It's a drill, you video it, you teach off of it, but to see the tackling drills and circuit come to life on game day, and the knockback and the shimmy before we make our tackles, and the strike and to run your feet and all those things, that shows you have good teachers.
Jeff Gold with Fox 4 coached since day one out here. We've seen and heard your guys talking a lot about the Super Bowl. Obviously Vaughn has won the Super Bowl twice. What type of value do you put on having a guy now here that can speak to that type of experience and having that type of success there?
Yeah, I think, he's going to talk, Jeff, about a lot of things. I mean, I think, that's important when you're a champion. You can speak to that as we climb this ladder and we get closer to our main objective, which is SoFi 2027, Valentine's Day. But the biggest reason is we think he's going to impact us both on and off the field as a player. He's going to give us great versatility and great depth as a pass rusher. And then in the locker room, the experience and just the fact that he cares about his teammates. He wants to help not just the outside linebackers, but maybe it's the offensive tackles. Hey, think about this, think about that. Here's how I would attack you. That's invaluable. And it's cool that the two sides came together and made it happen.
How thrilled is CP to finally have a defensive player older than himself?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I had Doug Flutie and Brett Favre that were older than me. That was hard. But no, I think they have a great relationship, and I'm certainly there'll be a big man hug when they see each other.
Milton's footwork, how have you seen that progress since last preseason to now?
Yeah, well, I'll point to the in route that he hit to Cam Brown. You know, he was working we call it a flamethrower read, really going left to right. In this case, could be right to left as well. But he was working the front side combination and came back to the in cut and was very poised and in rhythm. And we talk a lot, Nick, about keeping a base and not getting your feet close together, because getting your feet close together, your shoulders go up and down, which makes it harder to be accurate. But he's really bought in to the finer points of the footwork, and that play kind of really showed it.
Is there any sentimental value being back in Seattle for the first time as head coach?
Just seeing the people. I mean, there's some great people in that organization, whether it's, John Schneider, all the scouts, Matt Berry, Eric Kennedy, the equipment guys, so many people that, I've got great memories with, and it's the best part of what we do. You go into enemy territory, but you see friendly faces, and it's cool after a game, to be able to check in and see how they're all doing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great game. I mean, if there's a such thing as a great preseason game, the Cowboys had it. I saw somebody say the Cowboys missed 2 tackles. Pro Football Focus said they missed 0 tackles. Yeah. Pro Football Focus said they missed 0 tackles. Yeah, DJ Smooth, he said their tackling was much better. Yeah, they missed 0 tackles. He said they are running the ball and looking for contact. They either missed none or no more than 2. How about that, the lunatic? Yeah, they said it was somebody. So I saw somebody say 0, and I'm pretty sure you got that stat from somewhere. So let's just say somewhere between 0 and 2. So they played good. But the lunatic, you just said what I was about to say. I want to see if Milton plays better against the Arizona Cardinals, because Sam Howell faced the better part of the Seattle Seahawks defense. He's going to face this time the better part of the Arizona Cardinals defense. So let's see what he looks like now when he starts the game, because I got a feeling when Sam Howell comes out, he's going to look a lot more comfortable in the second half of the Arizona game, because he'll be going against a lesser defense. We'll see. But it's funny. I'll be honest with you. And maybe it was because of the way the offensive line was playing for the Cowboys. I didn't think Sam Howell had a good first half. I really didn't. I didn't think he had a good first half. But then when it came down to the totality of everything he did, it turned out he was basically 8 out of 12. 8 out of 12. So I'm like, okay, that was pretty good when you look at it in totality. But, I don't know, looking at that film and some of the stuff, your check downs and all of that, all of those things count. One of them was a screen completion. So that line, boy, it just didn't do well in that first half. And so I was shocked when I saw the totality of it. Yeah, that's what we were saying. Yeah, Jimmy Fuller, like I said, it's somewhere between 0 and 2. But they're saying that the Cowboys only missed. I saw a report they missed 0. The lunatic got 2. Jimmy got 1. So still, I think it all equals up to the same thing. Yeah, the Cowboys are tackling way better. We're talking the third string. Anthony, let's see, refund. Thoughts on trading for Josh Sweat? Probably not going to happen. I don't know, refund. Josh has had a couple of issues from this perspective. He kind of wanted to get out of Philly, goes to Arizona. They changed coaches in Arizona, and now he want to get out of Arizona. I'm not sure if the Cowboys want to stick. I want to deal with that. The lunatic said the third O-line played better than the second O-line. Yeah. We're going to see, man. I'm very interested to see what happens tomorrow and then today and then Saturday. Vinny said when we had Sam Howell, he was a gunslinger that threw picks similar to Sam Darnold. He can mature. Vinny, he's really got his back up against the wall, though. he really has his back up against the wall. And the reason why he has his back up against the wall is Joe Milton is a better athlete. Joe Milton is a better athlete. And so sometimes you'll give a player with a who's a better athlete because you see that as more of an upside that, okay, he's an athlete. And so if he really gets this down and we can use that athletic ability, you know, we'll be golden. So I really think Sam Howell is up against a tough battle because Schotty really seems to like the skill set, if that makes sense. He really seems to like the skill set of Joe Milton. Amber said them boys better wear some good gloves and hope. Yeah. Yeah, you talking about Joe Ryu Hayabusa Milton? Yeah, he be throwing them Hadoukens, don't he? Yeah, boy. That boy Joe Milton, man, shoot. He will literally knock your hands off. He will knock your hands off. All right, let's see if we can get Jerry Jones in real quick. Yeah, Lil D Texas, the operative word is better. Because I did see where they were better, and then I saw a couple of them. I was like, and he's still Bazooka Joe. More work to go. More work to go. And what the issue with Milton is, Milton needs reps. That's the issue with Milton. He needs reps. But when you're a backup quarterback, then how do you get the reps? I mean, how do you get as many reps as you need? Yeah, how do you get as many reps as you need? Because because once the season starts, he's basically right back to the bench and just practicing. All right, let's see if we can get Jerry Jones in. Jerry Jones, Jerry was out there, decided not to sit on the stage, obviously. But instead, Jerry Jones was over there on the sidelines or wherever he was over there getting one of his interviews in.
Can you talk about what?
Let's check out old Jerry Jones. And so this won't have anybody who catches this on the replay. This won't have a title, but it will have a timestamp. Jerry Jones interview. All right. Check out and see what old Jerry Jones had to say.
What getting Von Miller, what that means?
Well, you get obviously, you get someone that's been there and done that. And he trains with our consulting trainer. And boy, he had been telling us for all this past year, boy, if we could get him, he can really, he knew firsthand because he works with him all the time and knew that he could help us. And of course, that trainer is working with all of our guys. Right. And so we feel real good. But the main thing is, Michael Irvin said it. I was just sitting with him up.
Very interesting. BT Jordan was pushing for Von Miller. Interesting. Okay. If there's anybody that knows whether or not Von Miller got something left in the tank, it's BT Jordan. Yeah. So I would call that a very high recommendation.
During practice, he said he's always wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy, play for the Cowboys. And Irvin said that means a lot. It does mean a lot. He's a veteran that can really bring a great aspect to the team from the team concept. Like I said, really wants to be here. We want him here. And we believe he can come in here and really can give us some additional pressure on that other quarterback.
Yeah, you talk.
Has anybody ever lobbied harder than Von Miller? Man, I don't know if I've seen somebody lobby as hard as Von Miller did for the Cowboys. Absolutely incredible, man. Yeah, you want to talk about wanted to be here? Man, sheesh. Oh, no, man. Wouldn't it have been great if Derrick Henry was in the mindset that Jerry is in now? Wouldn't it have been great if Derrick Henry was available in this mindset? Could y'all imagine? With the way Jerry Jones and Brian is moving right now and this front office, there's no way Derrick Henry would have been free in today's day and time and they wouldn't have picked him up. Shoot. We'd already have Derrick Henry by now. Boy, I wish they'd had this same energy then.
Beginning of camp that you still were looking for help, pass rush help.
Yeah, Frank, he didn't lobby like this, though.
At 37, can he still help you at pass rush?
Well, again, we're as fresh on him as he trains with our trainer. Okay. That is the basic one of our consulting trainers for all of our pass.
No, Anthony Robinson, that ain't making fun of Von Miller. No, that's applauding Von Miller. I don't know what you're talking about. Shoot. Man, that's applauding Von Miller. I ain't seen nobody. I mean, this dude was literally putting memes on his Instagram. Von Miller was putting memes on his Instagram of himself in a Cowboys uniform. I mean, those other guys mentioned, yeah, I'd like to play for the Dallas Cowboys. No. Von Miller said, I'm going to play for the Dallas Cowboys. There's a difference. I'm sorry. There's a difference. Boy, Von Miller was going after it. I saw him on the plane with some of the Cowboys or wherever they were with some Cowboys players. People were saying that he had already been out to Oxnard, California and visited. And then BT Jordan. Don't think that he didn't have something to do with BT Jordan saying, yeah, man, you need to get Von Miller. Hey, man, this dude here was lobbying. I do give Earl Thomas some credit, Bass. I don't think he quite lobbied like this, but Earl Thomas ran into the opposing locker room. Shoot. Hey, Seattle better than me. I'd have cut Earl Thomas on the spot, bro. I would have cut Earl Thomas on the spot. Man, Earl Thomas was the wish that never happened. Boy, I thought the Cowboys were going to get Earl Thomas. Never happened. But this dude, Von Miller, boy, he lobbied on a whole different level. Derrick Henry, I think, actually lives here. And I know he works out here every offseason. Yeah. Yeah, he works out here every offseason. So, but Von Miller, shoot, I applaud Von Miller, man. That dude, Von Miller, said, no, I'm going to be a Cowboy. Boy, I'm telling y'all right now, Von Miller about to eat, bruh. Von Miller is about to eat, bruh. I'm telling you. Yeah, Little D Texas. Yeah. Yeah, they called him before training camp. Yeah, but it's obvious he had already got that message out there that he wanted to play for the Cowboys. Yeah, he had already got that message out there. Yeah, he wanted to play for the Cowboys bad, man. I don't blame. Hey, the Dallas Metroplex are gonna go crazy over Von Miller. The Dallas Metroplex is gonna go crazy over that dude. He's from over here in DeSoto. They're gonna go crazy over it. Bass said Von Miller deserves to be here. I don't care what the haters want to say or if they want to be miserable or not. I want to win. And if Miller's a part of that, he's gonna be a part of that. Shoot, man, Von Miller about to eat, bro. Tell us right now. Von Miller is not your average 37-year-old. Von Miller is probably a 31-year-old in a 37-year-old body. Dude is incredible, man. The dude about to eat. You watch what I tell you. He about to eat. Yeah, DJ Smooth, he said, yeah, Derrick Henry lives here. He said, my friend is his personal chef. She said he really wanted to play here. Yeah, I know he did. And I'm telling y'all right now, boy, if this would have been in the mindset of where Jerry is now, oh, Derrick would be here, man. Shoot. Oh, Derrick would be here. In Jerry's mindset now, you talking about like big backs, man, Brian Schottenheimer Boy, he'd have fought Jerry Jones to get Derrick Henry, man. Shoot. He'd have fought him to get Derrick Henry. It don't get no bigger than Derrick Henry. It don't get no bigger of a running back than Derrick Henry, I'm telling you.
Pressures. And boy, he's been keeping us really on top of him. And we've really been communicating with him for a lot of weeks here.
Yeah.
And so he couldn't say enough good things about what kind of shape he's in, how much quickness he has, how he thought he could really help.
Hey, this is why it's good to know people. Von Miller used his inside contact in BT Jordan. Yeah. You don't think Von Miller... DeMarcus Ware said that this started way back when that Von Miller was saying that he wanted to play for the Cowboys. You don't think... Y'all remember back in the day? Your sister would come... Your sister had a friend, and you be telling your sister, hook me up with your friend. Yeah, Von Miller is smart. Hook me up with the Dallas Cowboys, BT Jordan. BT Jordan is obviously he was advocating for Von Miller, and I'm glad that he was.
What do you make now of your roster just as a whole? Are there still places where you want to add? You always say, if the right opportunity is there, but do you feel like there's more to be had?
Well, I think it's fair to say that if we could improve it, which is almost a cliche, we would, because again, I'm even more excited today than I was when we started camp, that our team is going to be one that if we can have some things go right for us, avoid some injury, we could really be something that we all want to be, and that's a team that's competing for the big game. So bottom line is, the answer is yes. If we saw something that would help us any place, we'd do it.
Jerry, does this remind you at all when you got Charles Haley and it helped your defense?
Okay, hold on a second. This dude just mentioned Charles Haley. Hold on a second, boy. Let me read a couple of these comments. This man just mentioned Charles Haley. Derrick Rose, as crazy as this may sound to some people, man, you may have an excellent point, bro. I'm gonna go and look up that his chicken factory, bro. Man, people do not understand how much organic chicken. Man, you might be Derrick Rose, boy. You might be saying something that people might understand, but hey, the dude is in tip-top shape, man. Hey, Baz. Oh yeah, I agree with you on. Hey, that ain't a knock on Javonte Williams. I'm just saying what the mindset that Jerry is in now. Boy, Derrick Henry. There's no way Derrick Henry would have been out there and the Cowboys when they got him. Shoot, there's no way. Yeah, Rod Curry, I don't know if Max wants to play for Dallas. Unfortunately, Rod Curry, he's not in the same situation as Von Miller to where he could actually be out there saying he wants to be a Dallas Cowboys. I don't really know. I don't really know. I don't really know as far as him. But of course, Von Miller had an advantage that he didn't have. Von Miller's a free agent, and so he can say whatever you want to say. Christian, what up? He said Cowboys hit gold. I agree. They have two coaches players want to play for. All the linemen with BT, all secondary with Parker. Yes, sir. Baz, what'd you say? You got that Reuben Bain? Boy, you must stop, boy. Tell me he got that Reuben. Somebody got that Reuben Bain, bro.
Well, I don't want to necessarily, because Charles was such an impact player for us. And
yeah, that's tough right there to, say that Von Miller. You know what, though? Maybe he's not necessarily, let's not even say necessarily. Maybe he's not Charles Haley right now. But maybe he can have some Charles Haley type impact. Let's put it like that. Yeah, that's tough right there to be talking about Charles Haley, man. Talking about Charles Haley, man.
I've often said we don't know how to spell.
My sister, the queen. I was just wondering if you was going to get in tonight. What's going on, sister? Yeah, I'm sorry. I had church business today. And I had to keep pushing the stream back. You had to keep pushing the stream back, so I'm glad to see you here tonight. Bass said Von Miller sponsored chicken Raising Cane's, but Von Miller pasture raised chicken and eggs. I don't know the name. Hey, I'm gonna look his chicken brand up, bro. I'm gonna look his chicken brand up. But yeah, you know, to try to say Von Miller is gonna be Haley. Ooh, that's but again, I really don't know. I know he's gonna have an impact on the sideline and on the sideline and on the field. Shoot, hey, Von Miller is about to eat, I'm telling y'all.
Super Bowl until we got Charles Haley, and he was that much of an impact for us. But Charles was an impact as a pressure player. But where he is something similar to what Charles brought to the table. Charles was such a great coach, not only to our defensive pass rushers, but to the offensive line that were blocking him. But Charles's game was a mind game, and one of the smartest players I've ever been around. But we were talking about one of our players last week after our scrimmage against the Rams, and we're talking about one of the younger players lost his confidence, made a couple of bad plays, got a little rattled out there, and never got it back during practice. So that can happen to a player. Well, Charles Haley knew how to rattle him and get him rattled early. That's a part of his game. That's what veteran, that's what having been there, done that can do, and certainly Von's got a chance to be that for us.
I believe he is going to do that. That part I believe he's going to do. I think he's going to help them mentally. You know, Tommy, you make a point here. Haley was a power rusher. Von is a speed rusher. Yeah, that probably sums it up. I watched some stuff on Von Miller today. Excuse me. Von Miller's ability to get outside is insane. Sheesh. His ability to get outside is insane, man. His first, second, and third step is crazy work. It is. Lil D said Von's brand name in the chat. Gee, thanks. I couldn't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up here in a few moments. I'll see if I'll find Von Miller's chicken, because I've already been wanting to look it up, because this chicken today is all steroided up and man, they growing these chickens in 3 days from biddies to who knows what they are.
Any concerns right now as you enter the last part of camp?
Well, I think, yeah, we've got a lot of areas that have to improve, if you will, and that could be a younger player just getting better, not taking the bait inside like we did up there on a pass rush, and get when your obligations outside, those kind of things. But yeah, concern is not the word. We've got a lot of room to work and get better before we're where we need to be.
Jerry, you had a moment with DeMarcus.
Tell me about it, Frank Lawrence.
This weekend. What did
That's
that
why
moment
everybody's
mean to you?
obese.
A lot. DeMarcus has always been a special player for me, because I liked his game. His game was all about complete, all-out desire, everything he's got. I'm proud for him. Seems like we've had two of them leave us, Ware and Lawrence, that were our pressure players that turned out to put it in a Super Bowl and win it. So that's fresh on my mind, but couldn't happen to a better individual player, and he's making Dallas his home, and should, and he's got a great relationship, I do personally, I feel, with Lawrence.
He said this was his last year. He was going to retire for this year. If he wanted to come home and retire as a Cowboy, is that open to him?
I don't think I should answer that, really. I'm not for sure where that is in that tampering role.
Okay.
You talked to any owners or GMs lately?
Man, you know what? Man, Jerry is a lot smarter this year, isn't he? I think he's always been smart. But he's really exercising a lot of restraint this year to not just do dumb stuff, because this is the second time he's backed off anything that could be in the area of tampering. He's backed off of anything. So, he just backed off of DeMarcus Lawrence coming back here. So, DeMarcus Lawrence ain't coming back here, man. Might come back here and have a dang press conference and be signed for a day. But nah, he ain't coming back. He said he's going to retire after this year. He's got his Super Bowl. He said he's going to retire.
Thanks for asking, but talked to a few of them on the phone, and I'm going to see a bunch of them next week at league meeting.
What did you like about what your team's performance in the open preseason game? First preseason opener, excuse me.
Excuse me, I didn't get.
What did you like about the preseason opener?
I liked the way the defense held when they had their back against the wall. We gave them some pretty tough situations, and they held up. That sticks with you, and will stick with us. So that's the best thing that came out of it. And there were some great individual plays out there by some guys. But overall, it was a real plus, and I was impressed with our defense.
Does that confirm what you thought about Christian Parker and what he brings?
Well, it certainly. I think there's even more there with Christian than that game even shows. But it sure, to me, looked like they were executing and playing to his personality and influence, and I thought that was impressive.
It's so difficult to get. Tell you to sign Pickens?
Excuse me?
Did Michael Irvin tell you to sign Pickens at all when you were talking?
Yeah, this is a great question. Hold on, let me put a marker here. Oh boy, that's a great question. Did Irvin tell Jerry to sign Pickens? I don't think nobody has to tell Jerry to sign Pickens. He's gonna sign him.
He didn't need to. He's here. He's signed. But I know what you're talking about at all. But Michael's real impressed. He was real impressed with a couple of those receivers this past weekend.
Yeah, Camden Brown.
Difficult to get to the.
Camden Brown and the draft pick Smith. Mingo, I'll see you later, bro. I'll see you later. Jerry Rose, I agree with you, bro. Yeah, Jerry's using restraint shows how focused even he is about the team. Like you said, Cowboys moving different. Yes, sir. Brandy, what's going on? She said, we live. Hey, my loves. What's going on, Brandy? It's only what? It's 12:37 out there? Brandy's out there on the East Coast. She need to come back to Texas.
Final game, the Super Bowl, as you know. What Dak is trying to accomplish in year 11, how hard is it? Just the fact, even this is amazing that he hasn't gotten there yet.
Well, I would look back and see some of the opportunities that I thought but for we could have had a Super Bowl with Dak. And we all know that it's far away when it's over and you're not there. But on the same case, I think since Dak has been our quarterback, we've won either the 6th or 7th most games in the NFL since he's been the quarterback. And so the bottom line is that we've won games. We just need to run the right games. And I know this. I think he's very capable of taking us all the way.
Jerry, would you still be interested in a substantive trade offer, kind of like you were talking about at the press conference?
Yes. Yes. If we had an opportunity, I would be.
Is it more of a wait-and-see thing?
And it's as much about what I think of where we are, which I'm more positive than when we started camp, seriously, about what our chances are. And so I think if we saw an opportunity to take a little of the future and put it on this team, I'd do it if it would help us.
Do you see the league meetings as an opportunity to expedite those?
Now just catch. That's why everybody need to sometimes temper their expectations on this. Jerry said I would be willing to mortgage a little bit of the future this time. Did I not tell y'all this ain't rocket science? Because every time I hear the Schottenheimer's press conferences and Jerry Jones' press conferences, I think about our conversation here. You know what, Baz? I said East Coast. I've been West Coast. I've been West Coast. Forgive me. Yeah, West Coast. I'm sorry. I'm just used to the South Coast, which is Texas. That's the only one I'm used to. But again, if you listen to Jerry, the more they evaluate, I want you to think about it in these terms. When Jerry first made that comment, the move he was willing to make, the talent level may have had to be here. Training camp happens. The Rams scrimmage happens. Preseason happens. Now, rather than it being here, it starts coming down because you're realizing that you actually have some really good talent. So what do? Now you're like, hey, man, Von Miller. Yeah, Von Miller is good enough to where Von Miller can help us to get to where we want to go to. Von Miller ain't the splash to some people, but Von Miller, he's going to pay dividends by his coaching and his playing. So even now, Jerry is saying, okay, now we've added Von Miller. What does a substantive trade look like? Because it's no longer here. Did you notice what Jerry said? Based on what he's seen, that means that now a player Jerry could be thinking about could be more in these lines. Because the better your team is, the less you need that bigger name, if that makes sense. The better your team is, now you're just looking for good guys who can make your team better or give you the best team. So I'm good with Von Miller. I do think they're going to make maybe one or two more moves, but those moves may not be the moves that we're thinking, as in trades. Those moves may be, okay, this team let go of this player, this team let go of this player. They're better than this player we have, and this player we have, and this player we have. So let's change those guys out and bring those guys in. The next substantive move, or the next big move, I could be totally wrong, but I think the next big move for the Cowboys will be the trade deadline. I think the big move will be the trade deadline. Yeah, it'll be the trade deadline. So we're going to see how that goes. All right, Frank Lawrence has started us off with our super chats tonight. Frank Lawrence, appreciate the super chat. He said how Jerry justifies not signing GP3 if he pays Max. This is one of the very reasons why, Frank Lawrence, I just don't think Max Crosby's in the picture. I don't think he's in the picture. Let me tell you how people's minds sometimes work. People's minds work in this manner. Well, Jerry Jones ought to go get Max Crosby because we want Max Crosby. Really? Because we want Max Crosby? Yeah, man, Max Crosby. Let's speak loud so Jerry go get Max Crosby. Really? Does us speaking loud affect the Raiders too? Does us rally crying? People are acting like Jerry Jones could just go get Max Crosby right now, and he's not doing it. Yeah, Jerry ain't doing it. Jerry ain't doing it. This has nothing to do with the Raiders. No. Jerry can literally just tell the NFL, we want a Super Bowl. We want Max Crosby. Give him to us. Yeah, that's how people think today. I don't even understand this mindset. Max Crosby is under contract with the Raiders. The Raiders are going to have to want to trade Max Crosby. This is the other part that is so silly that I don't understand people when it comes to Max Crosby. Oh, by the way, because the Raiders like the Cowboys so much that if they decide to trade Max Crosby, they're going to call the Cowboys up and say, hey, man, we're going to give you first dibs before anybody else get an opportunity. We ain't going to tell nobody else that we going to trade Max Crosby. We going to trade y'all Max Crosby on the cool under the table, and ain't nobody going to know it. What makes us think that if the Raiders want to trade Max Crosby, the Cowboys are going to be the exclusive trade partners? We do know we've been through this before. We were not the exclusive trade partners the last time he hit the trade market. Somebody came in and they were willing to give up more than us. I got a feeling that a team will be willing to give up more than us again. They will be. I want you to think about this. Let's just say somebody's wanting to trade Max Crosby. The Cowboys are wanting to trade Max Crosby for draft picks. I got news for you. You do know that if the Cowboys are as good as we think they're going to be, a first-round draft pick for the Cowboys will not be as valuable as it once was. They were offering a 20, and they were offering the second-round pick the following year. A pick come up next year for the Cowboys, it might be 20 or it might even be 25. If the Cowboys are as good as we think they're going to be, we will not be the exclusive trade partners of the Raiders. I just don't think Max Crosby is in the plan right now. The only way Max Crosby is in the plan, and I'm sorry, I know people love to say F them picks. There is no way I would give up a first and a second round pick for Max Crosby in the same draft season. And depending on what I see, I don't even know if I'd be willing to give up a first and a second. And if the Raiders are really desperate to get rid of him, I want to see what he's worth. I want to get him as cheap as possible. Bottom line. Yeah, the lunatic, I heard that Osa never was in there. At least that's what they reported. Osa wasn't in there. But I got a strange feeling, the lunatic, if the Raiders start trying to trade Max Crosby, unless it becomes a Micah Parsons issue, and he over there eating hot dogs and beating up Kirk Cousins on the sideline, they're going to want a king's ransom for him. He becomes valuable to a lot of teams at the trade deadline, not just the Cowboys. He becomes valuable to a lot of teams. The Bears. Amber Soprano says he'll be in Houston, Pittsburgh, or Dallas. I could see Houston. I wonder, do they have the capital to trade for him? Pittsburgh already got too many, Amber Soprano. You said, okay, Houston, Pittsburgh, but not Dallas. I'm wondering about Pittsburgh. They're already overloaded with edge rushers. They're overloaded. If anything, they need to be trying to shake over Hightower to us. Yeah. Derrick Rose said after hitting Kirk Cousins, he's now minimum Crosby, bro. Sure. Yeah, Bass said not saying anything wrong with that, but we don't know is all I'm saying. We don't know what our defense looks like against all of our upcoming opponents. I think they're going to look good, Bass. I do. I think they're going to look good. The lunatic said that's the difference. Rams and Howie would overpay because this is an arms race in the NFC. Hey, the lunatic, you know what? The Cowboys may overpay. They may overpay. I mean, if they smell blood in the water and they're like, man, hey, we got everything we need. Now let's get what we want. Maybe they would go out there and get a Max Crosby. I'm just struggling with it, though. I just don't know if he's in the pic. I don't think he's in the picture at this point in time. Because I'll tell you what, I'm like Miss Matrix. I've already said this before. I would much rather have Jordan Brooks. I would much rather have Jordan Brooks. I think Jordan Brooks, where Max Crosby may give you an elite level, maybe pass rush, which could be elite level with Von Miller. Jordan Brooks gives you an elite front seven. If that makes sense. I don't think Crosby gives you an elite front seven. Crosby gives you an elite front four, which we may already have an elite front four in the passing game as it applies to Rashawn Gary, Kenny Clark, as it applies to Quentin Williams and Von Miller. I'm not telling you that Von Miller is elite. I'm telling you, though, if we're talking about just rushing the passer, this dude Von Miller can rush the passer, man. We don't need him for stopping the run and all that stuff. We don't need him for all that. We are getting Von Miller strictly for rushing the passer. So we could already have an elite level pass rush. We don't know it. But Jordan Brooks gives you an elite front seven. An elite front seven. We're talking pass rush. We're talking pass rush, stopping the run, you name it. The lunatic. I would say yes if you didn't already have a defensive end. You already got the defensive end. Donovan Ezeraku plays well against the run. Rashawn Gary plays well against the run. Defensive end and pass rusher, two different things. You already got the defensive end and you already got the pass rusher. You kind of got Max Crosby in two players. You got Max Crosby in Von Miller and Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku played extremely well against the run. You're getting Max Crosby for elite pass rushing. But who's to say that Von can't get the same amount? They were only one off from each other last year. That's all they were off is one. Jordan Brooks makes your front seven elite. He would, because you'd already have Von Miller. You'd already have Ezeraku, James Houston. You kind of mix that combination in there. Man, you bring in Jordan Brooks, your future is going to be Jayshawn Barham. He's going to take D. Winner's spot. Who knows what they're going to do with Donovan Ezeraku? Because I'll tell you this, if they were to get Jordan Brooks, I don't think they'd keep Overshown. I don't think they'd keep Overshown if they got Brooks. Unless you would have moved Overshown around. But so many possibilities. One game at a time. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with this defense. But again, it's going to continue to be an evaluation process because this evaluation process will continue all the way up until the trade deadline. The Cowboys are going to be gauging what do they look like everywhere. And if they feel like they got everything they want and something presents itself, whether that be Max Crosby or anybody else for that matter, I don't know who else, it could be other players. They'll decide whether or not they're going to make a move. They'll decide whether or not. I just don't see it, though. I don't see Max Crosby at the trade deadline. Just because I can't see it don't mean it's going to happen. So it don't mean it's not going to happen. But I'll be honest with you. I just don't see Max Crosby. I don't see the Cowboys in Max Crosby. Maybe in 2027, but I don't see it in 2026.
Not necessarily. No. That's proximity on opportunity to take a little future and put it on this team. I'd do it if it would help us.
Do you see the league meetings as an opportunity to expedite those conversations?
Not necessarily. No. That's proximity, physical proximity, in any way influence the trade or an exchange.
Jerry, how did Christian Parker convince you that age didn't much matter? Just being 34.
Well, I actually, when I handicap age, I can certainly value the experience, but I can also value the youthful qualities that you have of never having done it before and want to show them. And I think that's a comparable edge. And so youth has not been a deterrent for me regarding ever in a selection of a coach.
Yeah. I'm telling y'all, man, I am confident that Von Miller is going to eat. I'm confident. I'm telling y'all, man, Von Miller is going to be better than people understand. I believe he absolutely is. Von Miller is going to be better than people understand. A lot of people, it's like Bass is saying, because I could even hear it in Clarence Hill's voice, like, he's got a, he's having anything left in the tank. And, people are just thinking like this guy is not going to be as good. He's here for a specific task. And I believe he's going to complete that specific task. That specific task is rushing the passer and helping these young guys be better rushers of the passer. I think he's going to be good to go. I really do. I think he's going to be good to go. All right, so let's kind of go around the horn here real quick, and we'll get back in line, and we will look at what Pat McAfee, what these guys were talking about with Von Miller today. Everybody's, people on the outside. And it's funny to me when you hear people outside of us talk about us versus people on the inside of us. So I'm very interested to hear what they were having to say over here on the Pat McAfee show. DJ Smooth said, I think Jerry and Steven's mindset changed after the Cowboys Netflix special came out, and they had to face the reality of what the mindset was in the 90s versus what they had been doing in the last 30 years. Yeah, I think that helped. Think that helps. Yeah, Derrick Rose, he believes the same thing. He said Miller's going to have a buffet. I think he's going to eat, man. I think he's going to eat. Jimmy Fuller, he said, if D can play 10 games, I will be happy. Really just want to see it. Yeah, D-O. Oh, Demo. You talking about Demo? Agent Zero? I'm telling you, if he stays healthy, the defense is going to be devastating. Yeah, he's going to be devastating. All right, let's see here. Let's check out old Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee talking about
obviously
Pat McAfee talking about Von Miller.
Was posting some workout videos. I think at one point he said he can roll out of bed and get you 8 sacks if you need it. I think we all have massive respect for who he is as a football player.
Man, this is the video. I got this video right here. I'm going to show it to you even after this. This is an incredible video. I'm telling y'all, Von Miller is not your average 37-year-old, bro.
Obviously, his resume is ridiculous. Multiple-time Super Bowl champion, has done great deals. He wants to be a GM in the future, loves the sport, loves the league. He was with the Commanders last year, had 9 sacks. Nobody's seen him. No. I didn't see any of those. I didn't see one of those. I had no idea that was the case.
It is unbelievable how many texts I got today of people being like, he had 9 sacks. I mentioned on TV, like, he had 9 sacks. Yeah, he had 9 sacks. Those are real.
So how do we get to this point here? Because it feels like, Jerry Jones was teasing a big move, and everybody said that's for Mad Max Crosby men, and instead it's Von Miller now coming in as a pass rusher for this Dallas Cowboys defense that's brand new, if you start looking at it, even from the defensive coordinator standpoint. Can you tell us about this, and were there other teams that were looking at Von?
No, I think when you get to this point in your career, and Von has had an unbelievable, almost certainly Hall of Fame career, you get to the point where it's like, you'd like to play, and if it's going to be for someone, it'd be for a certain amount of money. And if the money's not there, then you probably not play. That is sort of my, let me get to the center. There you go. That is sort of my sense. It was really just, are the Cowboys going to sign him, or is he not going to play for anyone, or maybe wait until there's a bigger injury? Now, he wanted to play for the Cowboys. He's basically working out across the street from their facility. He is in shape, as we could see. He gets a nice deal, $5.5 million on a 1-year deal. Max value is 7.5.
Yeah. We're going to see if we can catch the rest of that. I think I got a little bit more of that Ian Rappaport with Pat McAfee. But, man, I'm telling you, this dude, Von Miller, is not your average 37-year-old edge rusher. Psh. Man, this dude is in phenomenal shape. He really is. He is in phenomenal shape. Let's see, because that's actually, I think that's the second. This is Von Miller talking about it again. Let's see. Maybe we'll get the full piece right here. Let's check it out. This is Rappaport talking about it again. Let's check it.
Thing is, this the Cowboys defense. You said it is completely.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me switch that. It might be an echo. Y'all hold on. All right. Let's check out Rappaport.
I think the best thing is, this the Cowboys defense. You said it is completely retooled.
Hold on. Let me read my sister here, Miss Matrix. Miss Matrix said, "Gee, what has Vaughn done to make you think he's going to be better than he's ever been before?" Miss Matrix. He don't have to be as good, be better. Miss Matrix, what do you think 9 sacks will do for us? What do you think 9 sacks will do for us? 9 sacks? I think he had somewhere around, 30-something quarterback pressures? Miss Matrix, if he does that for us, oh my gosh. Man, if he just gets us 9. And when I say double-digit sacks, Miss Matrix, he only has to get us 1 more than what he got last year. That's it. He only has to get us 1 more than what he got last year. I don't need him to be necessarily better than he's ever been. I just want him to be as good as he's been over the last 2 seasons. What does he have, 15 sacks over the last 2 seasons? I mean, we were ecstatic about the Jadeveon Clowney with 8 sacks, and Jadeveon Clowney got 3 of those sacks at the end of the season in 1 game. And we were like, bring back Jadeveon Clowney. Von Miller, I don't think he's a better overall player than Jadeveon Clowney, because especially at his age, but I still think he's a better pass rusher than Jadeveon Clowney. Just that one aspect, I think he's a better pass rusher. But again, Jadeveon Clowney could have probably been better had he got here and stayed another one more, got that extra season. But I just want him to get 9 sacks. He got 9 sacks last season. Yeah, Amber Soprano, Jadeveon Clowney was our leading sack getter. I don't think we had more than 30-something sacks. I mean, he had 9 sacks would have been a third of the Cowboys sacks, man. So, Miss Majors, I don't need him to be better than he's been. I just need to be as good as he's been. If he could just give the Cowboys 9 sacks, I'm excited. But I think he's going to get 10 or more. And the reason why I'm saying that is not because of him. I'm saying that because of the fact that he's going to be playing with Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and Rashawn Gary's going to do some damage too. So when I add up those 3 players playing with him, Von Miller is a skilled enough player. He'll be able to maximize. He'll be able to maximize that. Let me see. Let's see something here real quick. Amber Soprano. How many sacks did the Cowboys have last year? Cowboys had 35 sacks last year. Cowboys had 35 sacks. Von Miller would have been the leading sacker for the Cowboys last year at 9, and that would have been 25% of the team sacks. Yeah. Okay, you said he got 3 of those versus our trash defense. Oh, actually, then if he got those against our offense. Yeah, he got those against our offense. Yeah, I don't know if our offense was trash. Miss Matrix, I don't think Micah. Well, let's put it like this with Micah. We're going to talk about his hating self in a few minutes. But when we talk about what Micah did, Micah, though, did that with less around him. And so basically teams were able to take Micah Parsons out of games. You're not going to be able to take Micah Parsons out of, you're not going to be able to take Von Miller out of games because you got to still focus on taking Rashawn Gary, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams. And again, I've already said this before. If Micah Parsons was on this team, Micah Parsons would be eating on a level that is insane. Micah Parsons would be eating on a level that is insane, Miss Matrix. But I'm going to tell you something that we might not want to hear. But I wouldn't want Micah Parsons on this team. This team isn't this team with Micah Parsons on it. Von Miller, and with the players that we have, Von Miller is going to work in ways that we couldn't get it to work with Micah Parsons. Because, first of all, had we signed that contract with Micah Parsons, where are you getting these defensive tackles at? You're not getting these tackles. You're not getting half these players that you have with Micah Parsons. So that in itself is a whole different issue. But, yeah, I'm not really... Yeah, Parsons wouldn't be on this. But again, let's just say in a perfect world, Miss Matrix, if Micah Parsons was playing with this defense, oh, man, he'd be eating out of this world. He would. He'd be eating out of this world. Problem is, ask the Green Bay Packers. You can't put a team like this together and have Micah Parsons. How do I know? Because now the Green Bay Packers, because they signed Micah Parsons, how many players did they let go again? Yeah, you can't have this type of defense with Micah Parsons. You can't. It's hard to do. You can't have this kind of defense with Micah Parsons. It's hard. It's hard. People don't give the Rams enough credit for what they've done. It's hard to have a defense like the Rams have put together, and we don't know exactly what it looks like. But to put Myles Garrett on the defense of the Rams and going out there and get McDuffie and all those other players they got, and now they're talking about bringing back Aaron Donald. There's a reason why all the other teams in the league aren't doing that. It's hard. Sheesh. It is hard. And so the Cowboys were in the same situation that the Packers are in. The Packers thought they were going to hit gold with Micah Parsons last year. They thought they were going to win the Super Bowl. And for anybody who don't remember, the Green Bay Packers, after they got Micah Parsons, they were the number 5 power ranked team in the NFL, and people had them as one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. But what did nobody figure in? Attrition. Micah Parsons went to a defense that's similar to the defense the Cowboys have right now. They had great defensive tackles. They already had edge play. Micah goes on there and they use him as a chess piece. Those players started getting injured. Guess what happened? Micah Parsons got injured, and now Micah Parsons is going to be back in the same situation he's in now. Or he was in with the Cowboys. He will not be on a defense like this. And I'll say it again. It's hard to put together a defense like this. It is. It's hard to put together a defense like this and have a player that costs as much as Micah Parsons. The way you do it is the way the Rams did it and the way the Green Bay Packers did it. If you want to put together a defense like the Cowboys and then top it off with a Micah Parsons, the defense has already got to be ready-made to where that is really the only move that you're making is Micah Parsons. Cowboys have made multiple moves, and so you were not going to be able to get a player like Micah Parsons on this defense. You just were not going to be able to do it. And that's why even now it's going to be a task for the Cowboys if they want to get Max Crosby, because you got to have the Raiders willing to dance with you. And again, we better realize this part. Let's just say Jerry gives up 2 first-round picks. Then that means you got to win the Super Bowl right now. Yeah, you got to win it right now. Absolutely right now, you'd have to win it right now, because after this season, you would already be in a pickle to where you're going to start losing players again. And you'd have to start thinking about signing other contracts. And guess what you're not going to be able to do? You're not going to be able to sign those other contracts. Yeah. It's tough. I'm just telling y'all. It's hard out there for a pimp. And Micah Parsons is about to find out fat meat greasy.
I think the best thing is this is the Cowboys defense, you said it, is completely retooled.
Yes.
Got a new defensive coordinator people really like. Got a bunch of new players, including some we saw at the end of last year, guys like Quinnen Williams and such. But
look at this defense post Micah Parsons. This is incredible. Look at this defense. You couldn't have this defense with Micah Parsons on it. You couldn't. You couldn't do it. The only way you have this defense with Micah Parsons on it is that all of these players would have already been here. And then you say, now I'm bringing in Micah Parsons because I got everything that I need. Now I'm going to bring in something that I want. The problem is Micah Parsons wasn't under contract and he was going to eat up a tremendous amount of that money. And you already didn't have the defensive tackles. Where were you going to get them? What the Cowboys, I told y'all before, Jerry Jones is going to be in the conversation for the general manager of the year by the end of the year. What you are looking at is general manager of the year conversation right there. Right there. That's general manager of that's general manager of the year conversation. It wins, he wins it. I guarantee you, if the Cowboys win, Jerry wins general manager of the year. If they get to the NFC Championship game, he wins GM of the year. They win the Super Bowl, it's a no-brainer. All these post-Micah Parsons moves are incredible. Christian Parker, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, Malachi Lawrence, Devin Moore, LT Overton, Rashawn Gary, Jalen Thompson, Caleb Downs, Von Miller, Durant, Locke, Kendrick, Winters, Barham. And you cannot forget George Pickens. Yeah, incredible. You can't do all this with Micah Parsons. You couldn't have done this with Micah Parsons. Once you would have signed Micah Parsons, you're not getting Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. You're not even getting a step below those two defensive tackles. How do you get all those players in 1 year? Micah Parsons. Not re-signing Micah Parsons. It's that simple. Now, again, he would have ate on a team like this. But the problem is you can't have him on a team like this. How do you do it? How do you do it? Unless that team is already done. And he's the only move you make that year, similar to what Green Bay did with him. So it sucks. The lunatic, Aaron Donald, is having his second workout with the Rams today. Frank Lawrence. And that's something else Frank Lawrence people don't include on here, but it probably should be included on here. Frank Lawrence said dumping Oso Digizoo in his contract. In exchange, we picked up Traeshon Holden on a third-round rookie contract. Jerry moving correctly again. Yeah. Yeah. Can't forget Oso Digizoo. Can't forget Osa.
They hope to be a lot better. This is sort of like maybe the final piece. Not like the key cog. He'll be like a situational pass rusher. But, you know, a guy who can come in and get a sack when you need it. And these final pieces are important for what should be a really good team, we think.
Yeah, I think we all have high hopes for the Dallas Cowboys, especially because the players are running more sprints after practice.
True. That's right.
Not just Schotty forcing them to run more sprints afterwards. Feel like.
Now, Ian Rappaport actually just called Von Miller the icing on the cake. That's what Ian Rappaport just called Von Miller. Wow. Wow. Man, Lil D Texas said we need to thank David Mulugeta. That's what Lil D Texas said.
They're very committed.
So many good football.
I think there was something. I think there was something about tackles missed last year versus tackles missed this year being locked in. Obviously, the offense is going to do well, but you look at this graphic. I think it deserves conversation. That Micah Parsons gets traded out, okay, to the Green Bay Packers. They got Micah, we got what we got, we tied. So who won? I don't know. Jerry Jones said one player's good, but 4 players is better. It's not just one player, and obviously not all these pieces were moved off of the trade. But Jerry understood, I think, that he wanted a brand new defense, seemingly, and he went and did that. D, but you mentioned it.
Yeah.
A lot of great football players on that graphic. Oh, yeah, and they also brought in George Pickens on the offensive side.
Yeah, the only...
I'm telling y'all, this is General Manager of the Year territory. This is General Manager of the Year territory. Who's made more moves than the Cowboys? And I'm not talking about moves, great moves. Who's made more great moves than the Cowboys? And typically, if you think about General Manager of the Year, pay attention to how it works. It's normally not the work of 1 year. It's the culmination of work over maybe 2 to 3 years. The guy for the Seattle Seahawks, the general manager, got GM of the year. It really wasn't because of the year he had last year. It was the culmination of when everything came together last year, because they had drafted well for the last two seasons. 2 to 3 seasons. They had let go of Russell Wilson. I mean, if you go back and look at everything the Seattle Seahawks did over a 3-year span, it is crazy work what led to that Super Bowl. And if you go back and look at the Cowboys, we're kind of looking at a 2-year span of what we've done, and it may be leading to that very direction. Jerry Jones is in General Manager of the Year territory. He's in General Manager of the Year territory. Yeah, the lunatic, I'm going to tell you this. Snead is in the running too. Snead is in the running too. He's made quite a few moves. He made a lot of moves this year. And it's going to boil down to who wins. Which one of these teams wins? And I'm going to tell you now. So the Rams have Myles Garrett, and they also have, they're going to get Aaron Donald. It's pretty obvious. But if the Cowboys win their division, win more games than the Rams, Jerry's getting that GM of the year. You watch what I tell you. Jerry is getting that GM of the year. He's going to be in the running. You watch what I tell you. He's going to be in the running. I mean, I know we're thinking Myles Garrett, and we're like, yeah, he got Myles Garrett and, McDuffie. And I'm going to tell you what's going to really weigh a lot in Jerry's favor. There are 3 moves. There are 3 moves on this list that is going to weigh heavily when you start talking about General Manager of the Year. There are 3 moves. Quinnen Williams, Caleb Downs, George Pickens. Those are going to weigh a ton. For the guy for the Rams, I'm giving him Myles Garrett. Aaron Donald, if he comes out of retirement, which I believe that he is. I don't know if you could even call that the general manager doing that, but okay. Those are his 2 heavy hitters. We got 3. Caleb Downs is going to weigh heavily in the minds of people when it comes to this stuff. So is Quinnen Williams. And so is George Pickens. Because you're talking about 3 heavily impact players. People are saying that Caleb Downs was the best draft pick in the draft. They're saying that about Caleb Downs. Quinnen Williams, 2nd, 3rd best defensive tackle in the game. George Pickens, traded him for a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick. And again, the reason why George Pickens will count is because that deal is still in process. I mean, it's still in progress. Because the 5th round pick next year is gone because of George Pickens. So this is still Jerry kind of working. Those are 3 humongous moves. Jerry's in GM of the Year territory, guys, I'm telling you. I know people don't like it. Guru. Jerry's in GM of the Year territory. He's in that territory.
The only, household names at this point probably Quentin Williams and Caleb Downs because of the hype and, you know, everything he did at Ohio State. But, yeah, you look at both sides of this list, it's an unbelievable list. And then up top, Christian Parker.
Oh, let me put some respect on this man's name. Did I forget Christian Parker? If y'all don't think this league is not going to give Jerry Jones huge kudos for bringing in Christian Parker, that's a megaton weight right there. That is a megaton weight. Christian Parker. Christian Parker. Yeah, that's a megaton weight. Jerry's in that running. I'm telling y'all, boy, Jerry is in the running for the general manager of the year. And not only is it in the general manager of the year for what he's doing as far as the Cowboys moves, y'all want to know what else they're going to be? They're going to give Jerry credit for, because I would be giving Jerry credit for it if I was in that room voting on general manager of the year. The way Jerry Jones has carried himself in the media. The way he's carried himself this year. He's still Jerry Jones, but he's carrying himself like a real general manager. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, Jerry's in general manager of the year territory. I'm telling you, he's in general manager of the year territory.
One of the, bright young coaches that everyone feels great about. Obviously coming over from Philadelphia, they won a Super Bowl a couple years ago from that Fangio tree. So I'm excited what this. We talk about the Cowboys obviously every preseason going into the season. But yeah, I'm excited about this roster.
Hey, Guru, check this part out. You said we got to keep in mind Parker, a rookie at calling defenses. He will have to develop just like a player would. So think about this, Guru. I saw two things that tells me there are rookies and then there are elite rookies. Guru, there are some rookies and they come into the league and you go, yeah, they're good, but they're going to have to develop. And then there are other rookies that come into the league and you say, this dude isn't a rookie. There are just certain players out there. They come into the league and they ball out. Christian Parker, two things that has already caught my eye. Do we realize, follow this, Christian Parker in a preseason game, we are ecstatic about a preseason game where they missed if two tackles. Some say 0, some say 1, some say 2. But let me tell you what I did notice. The defense has the system down. That is all attributed to Christian Parker. That's what we're dealing with. That Christian Parker had the third team looking like it was the regular season. The third team? Not only did Christian Parker have the third team looking like the first team, Christian Parker called his first game in preseason with no call sheet. What? Where'd they do that in? Man, whatever development Christian Parker does, oh my gosh, it's going to be even more devastating for teams. Andre Johnson said, Facts G, the man called the game off the dome. No play call sheet. Boy, you must. Next level, man. Next level. I love it, man. I think we got us one.
And the coaches that are on this roster get the best out of these players.
Here's a Hembo stat about the defense for the Cowboys last year. We've been tracking defensive efficiency for 2 decades now. 640.
Eesh.
The Dallas Cowboys last year ranked 630 out of 640 over that span.
So bad.
0 to 100.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Schotty said that's what it felt like too. And then Jerry said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Everybody called me the dumbest person of all time. Moving on.
Travis Watson, you make another great point. Not only did Jerry change out the defense coordinator and hire Christian Parker, and his choice in defensive staff. Yeah, bro. Oh, I'm telling you, he's in General Manager of the Year territory. If this team wins, shoot, book it. Book it.
I'm from Michael. Okay. His name's Michael. So it's not Micah, first of all. And then him just retooling, rebuilding the entirety. Maybe the Dallas Cowboys are for real.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of thinking like this. You know, the Cowboys. The Cowboys have just had so many auditions, man. They just look great. It's no other way to slice it, man. It's no other way to slice it. Let's go over here to Von Miller real quick. Von Miller, as we're kind of talking about Von Miller. I'm telling this right now, Von Miller isn't your average. Von Miller isn't your average 37-year-old. Check this video out. I'm sure y'all have seen it. Von Miller is in incredible shape. I wish I could get in this. And I say I wish I could get in this kind of shape. I really do. But this isn't something that you do over a year and, you know, go get on Ozempic and start eating green pasture chicken and rice and stuff like that. You know how you get this isn't how you get this body that Von Miller has. Von Miller is in incredible shape. Check this out right here. We're going to turn the sound off. Let's see. This is Von Miller. Bass, I'm 55. Bass, how long you think it'll take me to get like this? Dude, boy, I'm sorry, bro. Von Miller is not your average 37-year-old player, boy. Man, this dude Von Miller's in crazy shape, bro. He's in incredible shape, bro. He really is. Miss Matrix, I'm not believing you. If the Dallas Cowboys get to the NFC Championship game, I think you're gonna be impressed. I think I got a feeling. I got a feeling you're gonna be impressed. I have a feeling you're gonna be impressed. If the Cowboys lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game, I think you'd be impressed, Miss Matrix. I really do. I believe you could be impressed. I do. Guru, you ain't lying, boy. Nobody can plan for that, man. Shoot, ain't nobody complaining for that. I agree with you on that. That's why Jerry said, just because you sign them don't mean you're going to have them. Yeah, just because you sign them don't mean you're going to have them. Yeah. Frank Lawrence said Parsons took $186 million like shoplifting. He going to do nothing for Green Bay. Bro, they basically have lost 2 years of that contract. They really have. They've lost 2 years of that contract. You lost them at the end of last year, and everybody knows it typically takes 1 year to get yourself back together from that particular injury. Everybody ain't Adrian Peterson. Shoot, Adrian Peterson came back in 6 months and ran for 2,000 yards. Shoot, everybody ain't Adrian Peterson, boy. And Adrian Peterson is from outer space. At least he was at that point in time. Now I don't know what's going on with him. But man, I am telling y'all, bro, this dude Von Miller is not your average 37-year-old player. You know, that's why I'm kind of laughing, man, when people are kind of like, how you know he got, how much you think he got left in the tank? Left in the tank? I like this dude running on E, man. I like this dude running on E. Shoot. Dude ain't running on no E. Shoot, man, Guru Peterson is out there from East Texas. Out there, I forgot, maybe it's Palestine, kind of in the area where I'm from. Shoot, man. Adrian Peterson was raised on cornbread and beans and potatoes, bro. Dude came back from an ACL and ran 2,000 yards. Sheesh. It's crazy work. All right, let's kind of get on over here to Traeshon Holden.
Here we go.
You know, a lot of people are probably thinking that Traeshon Holden. I'm going to show you something that people may not realize. A lot of people are, okay, 105.3, the lunatic, I got you. It's Cowboys After Dark, why not? I got you. Hold on a second. I'll pull it up here in just a moment. We'll put that on the quick hits. We'll put Brian Broaddus over there on 105.3 on the quick hits. I want to go to Traeshon Holden for a moment because a lot of people think that the reason Traeshon Holden is out of Dallas or got cut, I'm pretty sure a lot of us think that it's because of the muffed punt. I don't think it is. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I know it may look like it, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. I think there's a more logical and simple answer. Okay. The lunatic, are we talking about Krusty's Corner with Brian's film room? Is that what we're talking about? Let me know, because that's what I'm kind of looking at over there is that. And let me pull this up while we're talking about Traeshon Holden. I got a couple of things I want to pull up. Yeah, a lot of people may be thinking that Traeshon Holden was cut because of the play that he didn't make on the other night. Let's see if we can pull that up. Hold on a second. Let's go back and look at the Traeshon Holden play. This is the play that a lot of people think that got Traeshon Holden cut. Let's go back and look at this.
Ball, get it snapped so we can get going. And I'm not saying that was the issue there, but he'll learn.
Another beautiful punt.
All right. A lot of people think this is the play. I really feel bad for Traeshon Holden because he was, this is a crazy kick right here. I mean, look at where this kick lands. It takes a weird bounce. It looks like it may bounce out of the end zone, but then it bounces back into the field of play. And it looks like that if Traeshon Holden, because this was a punt, it looks like if he lets it go, it's going to be on the 1 yard line. But what Traeshon Holden should have did right here is just fall on the ball. And I would probably be looking somewhat at my special teams coach because this is a fall on the ball moment. That's not a pick up the ball moment. You fall on the ball right here. It didn't make sense. Kudos to the punter. A lot of people don't realize these punters are very skilled. I mean, they can kick a ball in a way to where when it hits, it can go back, it can bounce back into the field of play. These guys are pretty skilled. This was a let them recover it on the 1 yard line. There's nothing else you can do right there. I mean, you could tell this dude kicked this look at the way he kicked this ball. Look, That is skill the way he kicked that. Bad play. Now, you may believe that's what got him out of here. You may believe that's why they cut Traeshon Holden. That isn't why they cut Traeshon Holden. This is why they cut Traeshon Holden. Because for me, that play is on his special teams coach. This is why they cut Traeshon Holden. This wide receiver room is absolutely loaded. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flanoy. Jonathan Mingo. I'm not Jonathan Mingo. Kevontae Turpin is making the team. There's only one wide receiver spot. Camden Brown has it. If they're going 6 wide receivers, Anthony Smith is actually above Jonathan Mingo. If they go 6 wide receivers, this is how they're running. Camden Brown, Kevontae Turpin, Anthony Smith. That's how they're running. Traeshon Holden was never making the team. He was never making the team. The only thing Traeshon Holden did was be in a stacked wide receiver room. Do y'all realize when you look at this list, the Cowboys are 9 wide receivers deep, not including the other 3, which make up 12. Traeshon Holden was ahead of these 3. But you're talking about a wide receiver room that's about 12. It's 12 deep, 9 deep in reality. The only thing that muffed punt did was gave them the excuse to do it faster than they were going to do it. I got news for us. Traeshon Holden was never making this team. He was never making it. Not this year. Not this year. He was not making this wide receiver room. He was not making it. I believe Valdez-Scantling is going to be cut. I got a feeling Anthony Smith is going to make his way on this 53-man roster. They drafted him. And if you didn't notice, he was getting a lot of the wide receiver screens. Big body. People don't realize Anthony Smith ain't small. And he's fast. Anthony Smith and Camden Brown. These are the 2 wide receivers they're going to keep. Jonathan Mingo out of here, y'all. I mean, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if Mingo makes it to the 53-man roster. I'll be shocked. You can't keep Jonathan Mingo over Camden Brown. And I'm not keeping him over Anthony Smith. I just drafted him. If Mingo was good, I wouldn't have drafted Anthony Smith. I'm keeping Anthony Smith over Jonathan Mingo. Every time. Every time I'm keeping him over Jonathan Mingo. Mingo has got to be out of here. Now, they're going to give it another week. They're going to be evaluating. But by the time they get to that 53-man roster, I think Mingo is out of here. And Traeshon Holden was cut not because of that play. He was cut quicker because of that play, but he was already going to be cut. Yeah, he was already going to be cut. Because the scary part is that there are other wide receivers even then they might want to have over Traeshon Holden. He was already out of here, I'm telling you. He was already out. Traeshon Holden, as much as that mistake was bad, because it was, he is the victim of an incredible wide receiver room. That's what he is. He is the victim of an incredible wide receiver room. That's it. Guru, let me tell you something. The Dallas Cowboys and Cowboys Nation are so fortunate. The fact they cut Ryan Flanoy and that dude is still here is incredible. Because I bet you there are some teams right now kicking themselves in the butt. Refund, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if Schoon gonna make it, bruh. I don't know if Schoon gonna make it. I don't know if Schoon gonna make it, man. Michael Trigg catch 2 more passes. I'm telling you right now, if Michael Trigg catch 2 more passes, I'm not talking about 5, Cowboys Nation. If Michael Trigg catch 2 more passes, School make her out this joint. I'm telling you right now. School make her out this joint, bro. And he better not mess around and do something stupid like Traeshon Holden did. Because Schotty gonna use you as an example. And even though you'll be an example, he was already gonna cut you. Yeah. Schoonmaker, he's three Michael Trigg receptions away from being cut or 2 drops away from being cut. You take your choice. Take your choice. Take your choice. Take your choice. The lunatic said Mingo about the front office saying, we're right. You're right about it, too. You're right about it, the lunatic. The Cowboys don't want to admit they were wrong about Jonathan Mingo. Man, I wouldn't even blink, bruh. I wouldn't even blink. Yeah, Frank Lawrence, I blame that on the special teams coach. I mean, you got to coach that stuff. You got to coach that stuff. I mean, surely you're considering or practicing like, okay, what happens if the punt hits, goes backwards, it's in front of you, and 2 players are coming at you? Get away from the ball. Maybe they're running so fast, if you get out of the way of the ball, they themselves will carry the momentum into the end zone. But I'll tell you this, I don't blame that all on Traeshon Holden. That's coaching to me. You got to teach the man that, hey, bro, when you see something like that, get away from the ball. But I wonder, maybe it was coached. I understand what Traeshon Holden is. Traeshon Holden knew that he's on the edge of being off the roster anyway and tried to make a play and made the wrong play. Yeah, but I don't need him for blocking, Miss Matrix. I don't need him for blocking. I got Brevin Spanford for that. That's why Brevin Spanford is the number 2 tight end. Yeah, I got Brevin Spanford for that. It's the same thing for me as it applies to a player like Jaden Blue. People say he can't block. I'm not getting him to block. Yeah, I'm not getting him to block. I'm not putting him in on 3rd and long. Why would he be in on 3rd and long? I'm not putting Jaden Blue in on 3rd and long. I'm not putting him in on play actions. No, if he's in, believe me, he's getting the ball. Yeah, he's getting the ball. It's the same thing for Kevontae Turpin. Can Kevontae Turpin block? I don't need Kevontae Turpin for blocking. I need for him to catch the ball and run away from everybody. That's what I need from Turpin. So, Trigg is a wide receiver in a tight end's body. Trigg is that tight end. You line him up at the end of the line. You put him in motion. Let him split out wide out. You line him up on a linebacker. You line him up on a safety. And you let him go to work. I don't think there are many linebackers in this league that can hold Michael Trigg. I don't. That boy got Odell Beckham Jr. hands. I don't need him to block. I got Brevin Spanford for that because we already know they ain't keeping him for catching. Starring enemy said the tape wasn't great, but room for improvement. Trigg's ability to catch is intriguing. That's it. You're not getting him to block. You're not getting Michael Trigg to block. That ain't what you want him for. Now, you want him to catch. That's all I want him to do. Yep, Derrick Rose, they don't want to admit they were wrong on Schoon either. Nope, they don't want to admit it. I agree with you. I don't think they want to admit they were wrong on it. You said he moves the running back. Shoot, he too big for that. That's for sure. April Showers, you know what? I would be approaching the Los Angeles Chargers about Schoonmaker. He played with Harbaugh at Michigan. That's who I would be approaching. See what he would be willing to give up for one of his old players. I really would. I'd see what they'd be willing to give up. So, again, that's Traeshon Holden. Traeshon Holden didn't get cut because of that play. He didn't get cut because of that play. He got cut because, again, he's an undrafted free agent. And that doggone wide receiver room is just too doggone talented. How do you survive in this wide receiver room? And then you got Camden Brown. Shoo. Camden Brown done rolled up in here and, man, shoo, I bet you he got Ryan Flanoy spending about an extra hour on the jug machine. Shoo, I bet you Ryan Flanoy is looking at extra film now. Camden Brown got everybody on notice. Telling you, got everybody on notice. Shoot, Kevontae Turpin better be glad he's super fast because I believe Turpin would be out of here. Shoot, I think he'd be out of here. But Camden Brown done messed it up, man. I'm telling y'all now, Camden Brown done messed it up. Camden Brown made Traeshon Holden expendable. Made him expendable. Shoot. Boy's crazy with it, man. Rod Curry. He said, Law Nation interviewed TH after the Cowboys waived him. Oh, Traeshon Holden. Traeshon Holden said he hadn't returned kicks since high school. Traeshon Holden was trying to make a play. Did I not just say that? I know what he was doing. I already know what he was doing to Rod Curry because it makes sense. You're already on the bubble. Traeshon Holden was on the bubble before the game because Camden Brown had already been doing what he did in the game. So Holden was already on the bubble. Holden is thinking in his mind, this is the last time I'm going to be able to make a play, or it may be one of the last plays I get a chance to make. So if I get this kickoff return, maybe I get this kickoff and then maybe I get this amount of yards, I can, buy myself a little bit more time. But no, it was just a bad play, man. It was a bad play. Guru, the real question is, did Camden Brown make Pickens expendable? Not yet. No. Not yet. George Pickens I think they're going to extend George Pickens because I believe George Pickens is going to give the Cowboys a discount. Guru, you think about George Pickens. For as much as people talk about he's worth $40 million, his worth actually isn't the problem for George Pickens. George Pickens' worth isn't the issue. The issue is where would he go? And do he want to make $40 million there? See, a lot of people think this is about money. I don't think this is about money because George is going to get paid. He's got $27 guaranteed million this year. You got to equate that into what this next contract is going to be. It'll be that contract plus the guaranteed money he gets this year. So when you think about George Pickens, you got to ask yourself, what team would he be willing to go to? Looking at the list of teams, where is he going? I can tell you now, the lunatic, this ain't about Mulugeta. James Slater actually reported this. George Pickens is in charge of his career. He's not letting David Mulugeta make all the decisions, even contrary to what he said. She says she got from a good source. George is the one who decided to sign that franchise tag early. George Pickens decided to do that. That wasn't Mulugeta. George actually could have waited until the day before the season and signed that franchise tag. And still would have got $27 million. He didn't have to sign early. George Pickens could have signed anytime he want to. He was still going to get the money. That wasn't David Mulugeta. If it would have been David Mulugeta would have said, hey, George, don't sign that deal until the day before the season. That way you don't get hurt. That's what David Mulugeta would have told him. Because people also said that no player that David Mulugeta has ever had has played on a franchise tag. Well, guess what's happening right now? Yeah, they said he'd never play on the franchise tag because of David Mulugeta, and that's what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. So again, you know, when you look at George Pickens, he's got to weigh the cost. I see you mentioned the Buffalo Bills. Problem with playing with the Buffalo Bills, he'll be living around that New York area. And if he's going to live around that New York area, the cost of living is absolutely ridiculous. State tax, millionaire tax. They got crazy nonsense going on over there. You couldn't pay me to go nowhere near these areas. I'm not playing for the Bills. I'm not playing for the Bills. I'm not playing for the Bills. I'm not playing for the Jets. I don't want any part of that East Coast. I don't want any part of it. I think I got it right this time, Brandy. I don't want no part of the East Coast. Where is he going? Who's paying him? I could see maybe a team like the Titans if you want to go there. You know, I don't know, maybe the Jags. Where is he going? Who's going to, not only who's going to pay him, that's not the question. Who's going to give up 2 first-round picks and pay him? That's the question. Because that's what the Cowboys are going to do. They're going to tag him, and they're going to put those two first-round picks on there. And so it's going to be the same thing again. And in the meanwhile, the Cowboys are going to get an extension done. George Pickens is going to be in Dallas next year. He's going to be in Dallas next year. George Pickens ain't playing for the money, y'all. I'm telling you right now. You couldn't get me to play for the Raiders, even though Real Estate Vet said there is no state tax out there in Las Vegas. I just don't see anywhere else for George to play but here. This is the best place for him. This is the best place. I couldn't see him playing anywhere else. I believe if George go play somewhere else, he'll be miserable. Now, again, you know, I can see the Raiders because I think they wanted him last year. But I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, no, the lunatic, it won't get ugly. Because they're going to be in communication with George, and they're going to tell him simply like this. The tag is for the negotiation process. And that's why you do those tags. You put the tag on, not as an insult. You put the tag on to say, we're going to negotiate up until July the 15th. And if we can't come to an agreement, then whatever offers, or surely some people will have already started trying to put in some offers, and whoever put in those offers, then we'll go from there. Now, the Cowboys are smart on this. They're not just going to let George Pickens walk out the door. I got news for us. They're not letting George Pickens walk out the door like that. They're not. And he can't, actually. He can't. But I'm not worried. I think I believe the Cowboys and George Pickens, I think they already have a good understanding. Yeah, I think they already have a good understanding. All right, let's get in a couple of these quick hits before we get to Micah Parsons. And I might have already covered some of those things because I think Micah Parsons was going to be a quick hit. Oh, okay. This actually came up right before I came on tonight. So let's let this be one of the quick hits right here.
Yes! Here we go!
Mad Dog Sports Radio. A guy by the name of Adam Schein, I think his name is. Adam Schein or Adam Sheen. This is what he had to say about the Dallas Cowboys. Check this out.
Cowboys signing future Hall of Famer Von Miller, who's coming home, grew up in Dallas. How about them Cowboys? I love the Dallas Cowboys signing future Hall of Famer Von Miller, who's coming home, grew up in Dallas.
Well, I'll tell you this, Guru. I don't know about that statement there because James Slater clearly said it. George Pickens is making the decisions. You got to realize what you just said. He hired him for a reason. Yeah, he hired him. George Pickens is one of the first players that I've seen in a long time that understands his agent works for him. George Pickens isn't putting David Mulugeta on cruise control. George Pickens is making the decisions for his own career. Jane Slater said it. And you don't have to get that from Jane Slater. Everyone said that George Pickens would not play on that franchise tag because no player he's ever had has played on the franchise tag. What is George Pickens doing? He's playing on the franchise tag. And just because we think that he's worth $40 million isn't the question. Will a team be willing to give up $40 million plus 2 first-round picks? Don't just think $40 million. You're talking $40 million and 2 first-round picks. Guru, you're still missing it. George didn't have to show up to anything because as long as you're not signed, you don't have to show up to anything. This is why everybody was confused. Why did George Pickens sign the deal? George didn't have to sign the deal. George, the deadline for making a deal was July the 15th. The deadline for signing that franchise tag. Well, he actually could have took that even beyond the first game of the season. He didn't do it. Why? Because George Pickens made that decision. George Pickens made the decision to come to training camp. Everyone was talking about this. George made that decision. Mike Florio was wondering, why would George Pickens make that decision? Anybody remember Emmanuel Acho? Emmanuel Acho was blown away. Him, Hushman, Zada, they were blown away. Like, why is George Pickens playing? We really believe that David Mulugeta told George Pickens to play in training camp, risk his career getting injured in training camp. We believe David Mulugeta told him that? No, he didn't. Because he hadn't told anybody else that. No, he did not tell George Pickens that. George made that decision on his own. George isn't dumb. This is where George Pickens wants to be. This is where he wants to be. This is where he wants to be. The lunatic. Do you realize that George can't get out of PR mode then, right? Can he get out of PR mode? Can he get out of PR mode? Contrary to what you may be thinking and others, it don't matter how ugly you get, the lunatic. The Dallas Cowboys own the rights to George Pickens. There's nothing he can do. There is nothing he can do. Nothing. We can say any scenario, make up any scenario we want. There's nothing he can do. And if he acts a fool to get out of Dallas, he won't get that $40 million. Yeah, he won't get that $40 million. George knows what this is. And I think this is more than a PR move. No, George Pickens wants to play in Dallas. $40 million in New York is like $30 million in Dallas. You're talking a $10 million. Jackson Smith and Jigba signed that contract, and he's only going to net, after everything is said and done, $26 million per season. Well, heck, if he'd have been in Texas, he could have signed a $35 million deal and still got more than what he would have got over there. No, this isn't George ain't. I'm sure George Pickens is smart enough to realize he needs his team to do all the figures. What is it me playing here versus me playing there? Because I'm not going to a place, brand new environment. I might not even like the place. I'm not going somewhere for $40 million. And then when I see my checks after taxes, they're less than what they would have been had I stayed in Dallas for $35 million. I guarantee you, George Pickens is not going to be asking for he's not going to be asking for $40 million. I don't even think it's going there. I don't think it's going there. But again, I think we're missing something. Any team that wants George Pickens, it will not be just paying George Pickens $40 million. They will also have to give up 2 first-round picks. So again, what team is willing to do that? George Pickens, whatever team does that, is saying, we're 1 player away. Either that or they have a multitude of first-round picks and they're not worried about giving them up. And the only team that may fit that is what? The Browns? And I don't think the Raiders are going to do it because they're on the rebuild. Yeah, I say the same thing, Refund. I think he's going to be around $37 million. I think he's going to be around $37 million. I promise you, if the Cowboys offer George Pickens $37 million a year, he's going to be here. Because you got to figure in the $27 million he got this past season. If he gets offered $37 million for 3 seasons for the Cowboys, let's just say with $100 million guaranteed, he ain't going nowhere. I promise you. And I guarantee you he won't hold out.
How about them Cowboys? I love the Dallas Cowboys signing future Hall of Famer Von Miller, who's coming home. Grew up in Dallas, about 20 minutes
What up,
outside,
Chef Folk?
and played at Texas A&M. And I think that this is another example of a phenomenal calculated move by the Dallas Cowboys and why I believe the Dallas Cowboys are making the playoffs. Why I believe the Dallas Cowboys are winning the NFC East. Why I believe for the first time in 30 years the Dallas Cowboys will play on Championship Sunday. And why I think the Dallas Cowboys have a great opportunity to go to the Super Bowl and win it. And I said that before Von Miller. I'm not taking them to make the Super Bowl or win the division or play on Championship Sunday because of Von Miller. But I think Von Miller going to Dallas is awesome. I genuinely do. We're talking about a guy who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's won a championship. Super Bowl 50 MVP, knows what it takes. So I think that when you take a look at the impact he could have on Ezeraku, second-year player, loves Ezeraku at Boston College, didn't have a good first year. Matt Eberflus, the old defensive coordinator, ruined him. He's gone. Christian Parker's in. Love Malachi Lawrence when it comes to the pass rush. Drafted him in the first round. Bringing Rashawn Gary. Full season for Quentin Williams, who I'm obsessed with. Loved him with the Jets. Then he wanted out. He goes to Dallas. John Doe? That's a vast improvement. Helps the defense. First full season for him. He just got the bag. They drafted an unbelievable safety in Caleb Downs, who's going to be my pick for the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Christian Parker, who they got from the Eagles to run the defense. I love this. It's smart. Calculated. The Dallas Cowboys have no drama.
Yeah. Yeah, you're hearing this kind of talk a lot from outside of Dallas. You know, most of the skepticism is coming from within Dallas. You know, that's a lot of the skepticism, but in the grand scheme of things, man, a lot of people are starting to share these same sentiments about the Dallas Cowboys. They really are. Yep, they really are. They are all showing a lot of these sentiments about the Dallas Cowboys. Let me see here. Like I said, the Micah Parsons section was going to be a quick hit, but now it's going to be more of a it's going to be more of a larger story. Let me show you this right here real quick. Not this.
Can you talk about what
saw something today, came across this right here. Top 10 NFL quarterbacks. Let me tell you something about people. People be on something, man. People do this kind of stuff because they know that if they leave off Dak Prescott, they know a list like this is going to get a lot of attention. Look at this thing over here from Dave Portnoy's top quarterbacks in the NFL. He's got Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Drake May, and Matthew Stafford. So, you telling me that you think that Sam Darnold, first of all, Jordan Love. You're telling me that Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, they're better than Dak Prescott. Dude, what? This is absolutely crazy. And from what my understanding is, he said he values playoff wins and all these different types of things. Absolutely crazy. When you start talking about quarterbacks, people don't realize that a big part of their success is also based on the teams that they're on. It's based on the teams that they're on. This is maddening, man. Just maddening to see nonsense like this. Just maddening. I got something else I'm going to start doing too. I'm going to start tracking like Dallas Cowboy memes. What'd you say, Mighty Cash? Mighty Cash said this guy barely knows pizza. Man, Dave Portnoy, he tripping on this one, man. Tripping on this one. Okay, Chef Pope, you said that's a copy and paste list from the last 2 years. I think I saw him talking about this, though. And as a matter of fact, isn't he over Barstool Sports? I mean, they posted this today. Or I should say yesterday. It might be copy and paste, but this is definitely what he has up here. And then I came across these memes. Man, I'm going to start getting some of these Dallas Cowboy memes. Man, some of the Dallas Cowboy fans be coming up with some of the funniest memes, bro. Have y'all saw this one right here? Flus looking at Christian Parker's. This was posted by Mac Man over on X. Shout out to Mac Man. Let's Talk Cowboys faithful. Mac Man posted Flus looking at Christian Parker's roster. Man, I had bought this up before because I had said, even though I still say Matt Eberflus's problem was people, he's not a people person, his system was terrible. Bro, I still say that Matt Eberflus he didn't have nowhere near the roster they've given Christian Parker, bro. Boy, this is so funny to me, boy, man. Shout out to Mac Man, bro. Shout out to Mac Man on this one. I'm going to start collecting these, bro. These are some of the fun. Man, there are some Cowboys fans out there, bro. Boy, they be posting some of the funniest stuff on the internet, bro. Some of the funniest stuff on the internet. Okay, let me see. I think I got one more of these. Hold on a second. Let me pull up another one. I think I had one from earlier today, and I think it was posted by Patrick Walker. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the one from Patrick Walker, man. Patrick Walker had me rolling on this, man. Yeah, this is the one right here. Look at this one from oh no, this is from Mr. Fourth and Long. This one is hilarious, bro. Y'all check this one out. Look at this one right here. Jesse said, a hill I'm willing to die on. If I was Eberflus, I would be madder than a mofo. You traded away a top 2 pass rusher in the league, gave me washed and unhealthy players, and said, make it work. When it didn't, I got the blame. But you stocked... He said, but you stockpiled up for the new defensive coordinator. Boy, got me rolling, bro. Boy, man, hey, Travis, boy, you ain't lying, boy. You said Flus got fleeced. You ain't lying. Wait a minute. Guru said they had Flus coaching UFL. Boy, Guru said they had Flus coaching UFL guys. Boy, you have got to be mad, bro. Bro, Stephen Miller, you ain't lying. Michael Parsons should be mad too, bro. Boy, this had me rolling when I saw this video, because this is exactly how I would be. This is exactly how I would be, bro. Hey, Ronan, you right. His attitude, and he was banished to the skybox as a death penalty. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he didn't want to change. But Ronan, I made a point about Matt Eberflus, and let me ask you, and the rest of y'all. I said this before. Brian Schottenheimer already wanted to run the 3-4. Brian Schottenheimer had Matt Eberflus running the 5-2 defense. We do know that a 5-2 defense is actually a 3-4 defense. The difference is who you put on the ends. If you put defensive linemen on the ends, it's a 5-2. But if you put linebackers on the end, it's a 3-4. Brian was already trying to get Matt Eberflus to run that defense. He was trying to get him to blitz more, and he was just trying to get him to do just different things and trying to adapt it to his personnel. But you got to ask yourself a question, and I asked this question last year. But if Matt Eberflus changes his entire system to a 3-4 and what Brian Schottenheimer wants to run, is it really Matt Eberflus' system? Defensive coordinators have systems they want to run. They have systems they want to run. And they're not going to let you have them not running their system. Yeah, his system is a 4-3. But Brian was trying to get him to run that 5-2. Matt didn't want to run that 5-2. That was Schotty. And that 5-2 defense is basically a 4. It's basically the 3-4. The difference are the ends. And because the Cowboys had a really good, they had also Diggy Zua, Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams, they said we're going to run that 5-2. And we'll run, we'll have Jadeveon Clowney down there sometimes and whoever else over there. It was basically a 5-2, but that 5-2 is really a 3-4. That isn't Matt Eberflus' system. And so he didn't want, and it makes sense why he was so reluctant to run something else. Because again, if I got a system and you getting me to run your system, and now I'm running your system, I'm in my feelings because it's not my system. And I got news for you. These coaches are very prideful. I don't want to win with your system. I don't want to win with your system. This is the equivalent of bringing in Christian Parker running a 3-4 defense and then getting the personnel for a 4-3 defense. Yeah, get in the personnel for a 4-3 defense and then say run it. Guru, a lot of people said that, but Guru over here, man, I ran that video early and I said there are problems with Matt Eberflus. I sure did. I ran that video before the season started. I was worried about Matt Eberflus, and it came true. But man, this is one of the funniest memes right here, bro. This meme is... Boy, this meme right here, bro. I'm sorry. Bro, this meme is top notch. Miss Matrix, you still in the building. What you think about this meme right here? Boy, this thing is top notch right here. Let me see if I can pull up. I think I got one more. And we're going to roll this right into the... Yeah, we'll move this into the... Matter of fact, Micah Parsons was one of the quick hits. Let's make this into... let's roll over to Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons deserves a segment.
Yes! Here we go!
Yeah, Micah Parsons deserves a segment today, y'all. Micah Parsons. Looks like the podcast is back up. Looks like Micah Parsons' podcast is back up. And he wasted no time doing some of the same stuff that had players in Dallas mad at him and had coaches in Dallas mad at him. Micah Parsons is back to some of the same shenanigans on his podcast. First of all, let me show you this. Thought this was funny. This will forever be a meme around Dallas. And if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl, this might become a t-shirt. Yeah, this might become a t-shirt. Miss Matthews. You said that's how you feel every time I say Von Miller go get double digits. Okay. Oh, man, boy. All right. So, again, this is going to be a meme before it's all said and done. Micah Parsons laying on the table. And we've already seen on that Pat McAfee thing, Dallas Cowboys 2026 key signings and trades. And this is everything the Cowboys have done since that Micah Parsons trade. You got me rolling, Miss Matrix. Here's another meme. Boy, Dallas Cowboys fans be killing me with these memes, man. I love it. I absolutely love this, man. Hey, Problem Rage TV, you said you'll make that t-shirt? Yeah, somebody gonna make that into a t-shirt before it's over. Dan Rogers said, you know, this is what the Dallas Cowboys, they've been a little busy beavers. March, Javonte, May, George, August, Kenny, October, Quentin, March, Gary, Thompson, Durant, Obonya. Don't forget Darian Kendrick. April, D. Winters, August, Von Miller. Cowboys have just been absolutely making moves. Yeah, they've been making a lot of great moves. So, the funny thing is, what's going on, USMC? Salute. Yeah, Ms. Matrix got me rolling, Chef Pope. Frank Lloyd said Micah Parsons in his Reconstructed Knee podcast, he should focus on physical therapy, not a podcast. Yeah. Let me show you. Look at this nonsense over here. So I was minding my own business today, and I was getting ready for the show. And then this came across. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got another meme for you. Hold on. Hey, Miss Matrix. Okay, is this you also when I talk about double-digit sacks? Cowboys Keys posted Micah Parsons right now. He posted this right here. He posted this right here. Oh, boy, these people be killing me with these memes. He said Micah Parsons right now. Miss Matrix, this you right now, so I'm talking about Micah, about Von Miller getting double-digit sacks. Boy, oh boy, these Dallas Cowboy fans, boy, I love these Dallas Cowboy fans. Boy, these people crazy, boy. Boy, these people crazy, man. Dallas Cowboy fans be having me rolling, boy. I'm gonna make this a regular part of the show, man, going forward. Now, y'all make sure, man, y'all follow me over on X at Cowboys Talk, at Cowboys Let's Talk. Y'all make sure y'all follow me over on X, man. Y'all send me any funny memes y'all send. Any funny memes y'all see, keep them clean. And I'm gonna feature them on the shows every single day, man. Boy, these memes are killing me, boy. Boy. Because I'm telling you, man, Micah Parsons got to be looking at this Cowboys roster saying, golly, why didn't they do that when I was there? Yeah, Travis, Green Bay turning the game green, bro. Straight up facts. Straight up facts, man. It's turning the dang on gang green. Gang green. Miss Matrix. She said, no, I post there when you talk about all the good things. Miss Matrix, this is why you gonna only be able to rock over here on Let's Talk Cowboys. Because all the content creators, they ain't putting up with this. They ain't putting up with this. Miss Matrix, you on Let's Talk Cowboys for life. This is the place. It's the only place you can do that. Boy, you gotta be rolling over here, boy. So this how you be doing how to eat. Oh man, boy, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all make sure y'all send me any of your funny memes. Send me any of your funny memes over there on X, man. I don't check that as much as I should, but nevertheless, make sure you send those over here to me at Cowboys Let's Talk, because I couldn't get Let's Talk Cowboys. So y'all send that to me at Cowboys Let's Talk, man. Boy, oh boy, Miss Majors, you are official over here, boy. You can't go nowhere else with this. You can't go nowhere else with this. I'm telling you, they ain't gonna let you. What's going on? What's going on? Black is beautiful. Oh man, boy, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight, boy. It is officially the Miss Matrix show tonight. It is the Miss Matrix show tonight. Oh man, boy. Yeah. I appreciate you, Miss Matrix. Yeah, Miss Matrix says she give him a hard time too. But yeah, absolutely love it. Oh man. Oh, Chef Pope, you getting ready for work, man? Hey, you gonna go into work happy today, bro. You gonna go into work happy today. All right, so again, man, I was minding my own business, getting ready for the show, and that part was supposed to be a quick hit. And I'll be doggone. Let me pull this up. And I'll be doggone. Micah Parsons came across the timeline. And Micah Parsons, and this is kind of stuff that I don't like about what Micah Parsons does. Let me see, what was this thing called? think he came up with something called division winners. Let me see here. Yeah, this is it right here. Look at this.
Mitchell and DeJean. This is a real duo. This is a real duo. They are vetted.
Micah Parsons, he don't just put together a podcast. He wants to be an actual sports analyst podcast for the sport that he's playing in currently. And he's decided that he is going to give, or he's going to predict who's going to win the NFC East. Have y'all seen this? Micah Parsons predicts every NFL. Okay, it should stop in just a second, Guru. Hold on a second. Micah Parsons has decided that he gonna pick every division winner. And this is the kind of stuff that makes you absolutely mad. Travis, you said you saw this. Man, this kind of stuff right here, bro, makes you mad. Because he was doing the same stuff in Dallas. And I'm very interested. Let me see here. He said he was going to do his own division last. And I'm wondering in his own division, you know, let me show you how funny this is. When he was in Dallas, he would sometimes not even put Dallas at the top of these lists, but he puts his team at the top of the list of the NFC North. It's amazing, ain't it? Anybody think Green Bay better than the Bears right now? With all of the injuries the Green Bay Packers have, all of the players they lost, him coming off injury. Anybody really think Green Bay is better than the Bears in Detroit? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think they're better than the Bears in Detroit. Not right now. But that goes to show you, while he's over there in Green Bay, oh, okay, he got good etiquette in Green Bay. He going to put them at the top. Look at what this joker did to the NFC East. Look at this mess right here. Check this out.
I'm sorry. Let's go to the NFC East. Obviously, NFC North will be last. Sheesh. This is probably the hardest division to kind of scale because you don't know what you're getting now. Okay? We just got 2 years ago, Washington went to the NFC title game. And Jaden Daniels, once again, last year, he wasn't healthy. He missed a lot of time, so they couldn't replicate that. They couldn't go back. But Washington added Jason Owe, Clayvon Chasen. They added some guys on the rush to go pair what they have inside, who they paid already. And they drafted Sonny Styles, who they think is going to have a great impact on our defense. Can Washington do it? Obviously, we know they got Scary Terry. They added Stephon Diggs. This can be a very much explosive offense. But can they do it? We don't know. Time will tell because we know who they're dealing with.
Look like he reading a teleprompter. Look like you reading a doggone teleprompter.
And they also had the New York Giants. Who are the New York Giants? Can Jackson Dart stay healthy? Can he stay from the extra hits? We know, I think we call him the scary duo between Cam and Jackson. They're very dangerous when they're on the field together. Very dangerous. But they're not dangerous when they're off the field. That's the biggest question mark. They got Malik Neighbors coming back from injury, who looks very good during camp. They also added OBJ. Can we get a prime OBJ back in New York? What does that look like with that tandem? We don't know.
What is he talking about with this we? We? You mean can they? This dude is reading a teleprompter. You can tell. Rather than looking at the camera, he's reading a teleprompter. Now, I can fix him up with equipment where he can look at the doggone camera. You can tell by the way he talking, he reading this nonsense.
Those are our biggest question marks. And then obviously, we got the Dallas Cowboys, who added, Quentin Williams last year. They added Kenny Clark, and they added some great guys.
Oh, you couldn't mention they traded you, huh? You couldn't mention they traded me. Yeah, they traded me. And let me tell you what they've done since they traded me. Yeah, you couldn't tell them that, though, could you? Now, we need you to go down the players the Cowboys have gotten since they got rid of you. Don't tell us they got a couple of good players, 2 players and a bunch of players. Come on, man. Guru, you know this is some hate. Come on, Guru.
You know, Quentin Williams last year, they added Kenny Clark, and they added some great guys already. My guy, Don. Overshown's going to come back fully healthy from injury. They got D. Winters from San Fran. They added Kobe Durant. They added so many guys. What does this look like? Caleb Downs. Does this defense go from worst to best? We have to see. They got a new DC of Coach Parker. What does this look like?
Miss Majors, what you say, Miss Majors? What you say? Miss Majors said prime OBJ. She said, okay, Michael got to be on the script. Man, there is nothing real about this, Bobby. You know this ain't nothing real about this, Bobby. Boy, you know this ain't real. He said, can't possibly be his real thoughts. Miss Majors, is obvious he reading a teleprompter. Somebody wrote this mess. Somebody wrote this mess, man. Somebody absolutely wrote this mess.
Because we know what their
And it's not him. Why is he saying we? This is crazy
offense is
work.
capable of. We know what it is. That is one of the best offenses in the league last year. Do we get primetime Dak Prescott again? Does George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb become the best duo in the league over Jamar Chase and T. Higgins? What does that look like? The biggest question mark. And then here we go in Philadelphia, who probably added a little bit with Malachi Lemon, but they got rid of A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, who's been a top 10 receiver over the past couple years.
The Eagles are on the decline. They really are. It's tough, winning those Super Bowls and keeping talent and keeping Eagles on the decline.
Years and arguably a top 5 for 3 of the last 4 years. This is going to be serious. Does Devontae Smith finally gets the light and shine that he deserves? Their offensive line.
Wait a minute. He said, wait a minute. Church Castro, he said he on that powder talking about prime OBJ. Boy, you said he on that prime, bro. Boy, Frank Lawrence, boy, this dude is tripping at him, Frank. Boy, man, Micah is straight up reading the script, man. He's straight up reading the script, bro.
Is back, Lane's back, Jordan Meyer is back. The best offensive line in football is back. And their defense, they paid Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. Even though they let Jalen Phillips walk, they added Jonathan Grenard from Minnesota, who adds tremendous help to that team. And they'll get to Nolan Smith, and we already know DeJean and Koob. What does this look like? This division is packed. It has a lot of action. And this is how we're going to rate it. I'm going to take the Philadelphia Eagles as number 1. I know. How can someone say, how can he put Philadelphia Eagles at number 1? I just think that they...
It's pretty easy for most of us to understand why you put the Philadelphia Eagles at number 1. Because you would not dare put the Dallas Cowboys at number 1 after they got rid of you and got way better. No way. We're shocked, Micah Parsons. We're shocked. There's no way that you would put the Dallas Cowboys at number 2 when they traded you. There's no way, Micah Parsons.
They have the best team. They added a new OC, but that team is scary. It's very scary to play. Besides Tennessee, who has a better interior duo than Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter? And we see those win games. And then the corner.
Miss Majors, you ain't lying. Said, yeah, Dallas, he said we. He said we. Miss Majors, he's actually said we on every one of these teams. Eagles, he said they. Oh, did he say they on them? He said, love you, Michael, but you gone. She said in my Kendrick Lamar voice, "You not like us." Yo. Man, somebody wrote this mess. I'm telling you, somebody wrote this mess for Micah. He's reading a teleprompter. Blake Horn said he practicing for that analyst desk, man. He gotta be. Stephen Miller said, I can't, G. This man gotta be tricky. Boy, this is crazy work, boy. This is crazy work. Richard Vallejo said, who's holding up the flashcards for this dude? Come on, man. Talk as if he would give Dallas the #1 spot. Boy, this is crazy work.
Between
Eagles should be number. Hey, man, Eagles is not. I don't think they're gonna be top. Well, they'll be top 2 in our division because I think they're better than the Giants and the Commanders. They're not better than Dallas. The Eagles are not better than Dallas.
Mitchell and DeJean. This is a real duo. They are vetted. They are all pros last year. This team, if they can stay healthy, they can do it. And can they get that Saquon? Can they establish the run game with the new OC? Can 2K say be back? If that happens, I will put Philadelphia as #1. Obviously, like we said, Philadelphia has one of the best O-lines in football. That's why you can't really add the D-line factors of most of these teams that are great in the NFC East, right? You say they got Don, they got Rashawn Gary, Quentin Williams, they got Kenny Clark, but Philly has the best offensive line, one of the best O-lines in football. They combat a lot of teams of where they like, hey, we put a lot of money and we can be dominant. That's why I'm putting them at #1. And obviously, at #2, we will go to Dallas Cowboys. I think Dallas Cowboys, they showed us something when they beat the Philadelphia Eagles in that second matchup last year. They said, hey, we're going to attack Quinyon Mitchell. We're going to attack Cooper DeJean. We have the best two-man guys, and they showed that George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb had big games. Can they limit them? Can those two corners limit the Dallas Cowboys? I don't know. We'll see. But just off of that, we're going to go to Dallas Cowboys #2. And #3, I think this is going to be the hard one, but the Washington Commanders, they proved it. They went to the NFC.
Guru, what really put Philly over the top, though? The red zone was good, but what really put Philly over the top was their defense. That defense was actually good enough to probably go to the Super Bowl again, but their offense regressed so bad. Jalen Hurts was awful last year. Absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. Yeah, their red zone may have been good, but he was awful. He's the reason why they didn't do anything last year. People figured out he can't throw in too high safety. They figured it out. Even the offense, this is why their offense coordinator got fired. It wasn't him. It's Jalen Hurts. And now you go and let go of A.J. Brown? Man, I don't see how Malachi Lemon, for as good as he's going to be, he ain't A.J. Brown. I'll tell you all day long, I don't think A.J. Brown is CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens. But Devontae Smith isn't even better than A.J. Brown. And they think that Malachi, ain't no way, bro. I'm telling you, that Philadelphia team is on the decline. Not because of their defense, their offense. It's their offense why they are on the decline. I got a strange feeling. There will be a conversation at the end of 2026, and they're going to be talking about getting rid of Jalen Hurts. You watch what I tell you. Yeah, Greg DK, it's Cowboys After Dark, man. We about done, but we still got a pretty good. We still got to do plays of the day. Yeah, that's gonna take us another 30 minutes, so we're gonna be in it for a minute.
Championship, they added talent. I think this team can be the real deal. I don't know if they can handle the haymakers like the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles, but time will tell. They are my #3 team. And #4, I get Harbaugh, I get New York. They got Brian Burns, they got Abdul Carter, they have Javon Holland, they have all these guys, Andrew Thomas, Cam, Jackson Dart, OBJ, Malik Neighbors. I get it, but
y'all know doggone well. Somebody said he reading the AI. He reading a script from AI. Come on, Parsons, do better than this, bro. But this goes to show you, this is why he probably shouldn't be doing this podcast during the football season, unless you just talking about general topics that you can come off the top of your head with. Because what he's doing, this is a little too, I'm not saying it's difficult, but this is the kind of stuff I really wouldn't have time for if I was playing football. I probably wouldn't have time for this. And even if AI gave me a script, this, for me, I just couldn't stand in front of a camera and just read a script. And you can tell he's reading a script because of where he's looking. He's reading the script.
These teams are serious in the NFC East. This is not a team to play around with. I get it. I hate that New York's might going to be last, but these teams, they got to prove it. They got to do it. We haven't seen New York prove it. They haven't made playoffs. They haven't did it. These teams have done it. That's what I'm going off of, what they've done before and who they are now. So next year, can the New York Giants raise up? 100%. But for right now, these are the four. AFC North, I'm going to go, ooh. This one's tough.
What up,
My
Copenhagen?
first grade is to take Baltimore. I think.
Yep. That was Micah Parsons. Looked like he's decided to get back on his podcast. Yep, like he's decided to get back on his podcast. Miss Matrix said, in all seriousness, that's probably what it is. Jerry let you say whatever, but but Green Bay making them structure and be politically correct. You know what? You might be right on that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. He said Parsons has had time to evaluate teams since he's been on the sidelines watching. Boy, you making a good point. Yeah, he has been on the sidelines, hasn't he? Boy. Proper Ray said, love it when you on these hours, these hours while I'm working. Yes, sir. To God be the glory. Proper Ray's TV, man. Is that you in that avatar, man? Is that actually you in that avatar? Well, that's a nice suit you got on there. Okay. You look, if that's you, boy, you looking debonair. I see you. Yeah. Looking clean. You cleans up in there, man. Yeah, that's you. You clean up in here. Yeah, you clean if that's you. All right, let me see here. All right, Cowboys Nation, let's get to the plays of the day. And this was another reason why I was late today, too, because I was trying to get the plays of the day. And the Cowboys didn't practice until 4 p.m. They didn't practice until 4 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, 4 p.m. Central Time. And so they didn't get done till around 5-something. 5-something. And so that right there kind of slowed me up a little bit, too. And then, of course, I had some church business that became a little bit urgent. I had to take care of. All right, man. This is one of my favorite segments of this off season. The plays of the day. Yep, the plays of the day.
Yeah! Here we go!
Plays of the day, Cowboys fans. Man, let me tell y'all something. I think Dak Prescott got a little tired of this, talking about all this defensive talk. Patrick Walker talked about it. Dak Prescott came out wheeling and dealing the day. Dak Prescott came out wheeling and dealing. Smarty Jones, Danny White all day long. Danny White could have been a starter on any team in the NFL. Okay, I see you, proper rage, boy. Yes, sir. Boy, you clean, man. Yes, sir. Money. Yes, sir. Is that your work outfit? You like working in the office or something? Hope not being too personal. Frank Lawrence said Parsons making $47 million a year. He shot out why he feel the need to embarrass himself. Boy. Frank, boy, you ain't got no love lost for Michael Parsons, do you? Got no love lost. All right, man. Plays of the day. Plays of the day. This was the meme that Skywalker Steel posted. This was the meme that Skywalker Steel posted. Shout out to Skywalker Steel. Because Patrick Walker posted that Dak Prescott today was wheeling and dealing. And so this is the meme that Skywalker Steel posted. Oh, this is crazy, bro. Yeah, this is what Skywalker Steel posted. Let me see here. All right, hold on a second. Let me get back up to the video. Okay. Next play. The Marion Overshown. Turpin would have been finished. Turpin would have been finished. Yeah, I see you, Guru. Yeah, man. Skywalker Steel is great, man. Yeah, Skywalker Steel is great. Overshown, man, blew that up. Shoot, look, Turpin would have been done, y'all. Yeah, Turpin would have been done right there. All right. Next up. If y'all don't think Dak Prescott was wheeling and dealing today, next play. Dak's probably sacked on this play. Yeah, this probably would have been a sack. Who's that coming off that edge? Kevontae Turpin. Yeah, I don't think Dak gets this one off in real life. Now, right here, yeah, he'd probably been in the next week. Nevertheless, played it all the way through. Next up, Dak was reeling and dealing. Ooh-wee. Look at this right here. George Pickens. George Pickens had some great plays today. Of course, this one wouldn't have got very far. Yeah, this don't get very far. George Pickens and Savon Revel Jr. They've been having some nice battles at camp. Check this out. Oh, George Pickens. Look at it. Oh, stupid. Tight coverage, one hand grab. All right, next. It's George Pickens again. Man, GP is a menace. Nice. George Pickens makes hard things look easy. I got another one coming up from GP in a moment. Boy, look at this place. Look at this. What is this right here, man? What is this? What's this meme about? I'm sorry, bro. Boy, people be tripping out these memes, bro. All right. And now Dak Prescott is about to... This is for you, Smarty Jones. This is the play I meant to play when I was talking about Kevontae Turpin earlier. This was the play. Check this play out, Smarty Jones. This is what you call a highlight. Look at... Oh! Now, this probably isn't a touchdown in a regular game. Even though I believe Turpin catches this, Jalen Thompson probably knocks his brains out. Right about, bam! He probably knocks his brains out right there. He probably knocks his brains out right there. I'm also looking at this play too, and I think if you look over there at number 7, I believe Rashawn Gary probably gets the sack on this, or if it was in real, like a real game. And if he don't get the sack, he probably hits his arm. Watch Rashawn Gary come just out of nowhere, out of the left corner. Oh, he actually came up through the middle. Yeah, Dak probably gets knocked. Oh, he might have got that off. Nice. Absolutely nice, though. All right. That was Convante Turpin, boy. That was nice. This is another play. I'm going to show you the slow motion version of this. The question on this one is, was this a catch by George Pickens or an interception by Savon Revel Jr.? Check this out. Is that a George Pickens catch or a Savon Revel Jr. interception? Now, you can't tell in fast motion. I got this same video coming up later on in slow motion. Oh, here it is right here. Courtesy of Patrick Walker. I'm sorry, I forgot to say the names of these people who got these clips for us. Now, in fast motion, that pass looked like it went to, that play looked like that was a Savon Revel Jr. interception. But I'm sure in a game, this would have been a George Pickens catch. Patrick Walker put it in slow motion. George actually catches this 2 feet down and got his butt down. That is actually a George Pickens catch. At least I don't know. At least I believe it would have been. I believe it would have been. Oh, we're loaded at wide receiver, Bobby. We're loaded. All right. Dak was wheeling and dealing. CeeDee Lamb got into the act today, too. Yeah, Lamb got into the act, too. Now, he probably got hit on that one because it looks like the defensive back was there. Like, bam. Oh, yeah, he was, yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't have got nothing on that. All right. Next, CeeDee Lamb again. Oh, I forgot about this clip I had of. I'm going to play you this later. I'm going to come back and play you this one in a moment. Let me see. What is that? What do I got that in the CeeDee Lamb for? All right. I'll come back to this before we get out of here tonight. I think y'all want to hear what whoever this guy is said. Everybody's saying that it was a great take. I'll come back and let you hear that. Ryan Flanoy, of course. Ryan Flanoy is getting in on the action. Check him out. Little short play right there. Of course, you already know he ain't breaking that because they had him dead to rights. Ryan Flanoy. Again. I see you, Ryan Flanoy. Said Camden Brown, hold my drink, bro. Hold my drink. Matter of fact, I didn't see no Camden Brown highlight today. Right? Dak Prescott to Ryan Flanoy again. Yeah, you'd have been down, bro. It's good you run to the end zone, but you would have been down. But Dak was wheeling and dealing today, man. Malik Davis was the running back today. Of course, you heard earlier, Jaden Blue was out with a sore shoulder. Phil Maffa, chest contusion. It's just that kind of day. Even Bunny Conda was out with something. Look at Joe Milton. He feeling himself right now. Old Milton feeling himself. Malik Davis. I'm not going to mention Jaden Blue right now, Miss Matrix, other than his injury. He'd have been down. Yeah, he'd have been down. Next up, Jake the Snake Ferguson. Hold on a second. All right, let's go back over here. Jake the Snake. Traeshon Barham in the middle. Nice. Kind of listened to Vach Lombardi today. Cowboys kind of dialed it down a little bit. He said it was it wasn't really like a fast practice today. Wasn't really fast. Kind of, there's no pads. Sam Howell. Nice. Oh, is that Schoonmaker? Yeah, that's Schoonmaker. Okay, I see you, Schoon. It ain't gonna help you none, but it ain't gonna help you none. All right, PJ Locke, PBU. Check out PJ Locke. PJ Locke. Nice. Nice little PBU PJ Locke. I see. All right. Next up. And actually, that was it. This was all I got. This was all they posted today. Yeah, like I said, nice little pass breakup. That was a close-up of it, actually. That's Brevin Spanford. Looked like Dak Prescott tried to... Man, Dak threw that in with quadruple coverage? Oh, that's CeeDee Lamb back there. How did they wind up? This is like... So you got a guy on a breaking in route and then CeeDee Lamb is back there? On a play like this, you should probably have the defensive back, the other wide receiver taking these guys out rather than in. But it is what it is. All right, and that was actually the only plays. It wasn't a lot of plays today. It really wasn't. It wasn't a lot of plays, and kind of like Vach said, it was kind of light, and I'm thinking it's probably kind of light. They just came off a preseason game, had a Monday off, come back. It had a preseason game, Sunday off, came back in on Monday. Light workout because the heavy workout in pads will be against the New Orleans Saints today, later on today. I'll be back on track today. I won't be doing Cowboys After Dark I won't be doing it again tomorrow, which will be tomorrow. So I won't be doing it tomorrow. Season start, I'm probably going to be doing Cowboys After Dark about 3 days a week. About 3 days a week. My post-game show on Sundays will actually be Cowboys After Dark because so many people are trying to do post-game shows, and I know people like to watch certain people do their post-game shows, so I'm going to let everybody watch who they want to watch, and then I'm going to come on Cowboys After Dark. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do Cowboys After Dark on Mondays, and I'm thinking, do I want to do them on Monday nights and Thursday nights since those are football nights? So we'll kind of get it all together and see kind of what we're going to do. But I'm really leaning towards doing Cowboys After Dark more than I'm leaning towards doing this about minimum 3 times a week during the football season. Could actually be 4 times a week. I saw what you said there, Miss Matrix. Where are we playing the Aints? They got to be coming to Oxnard. They got to be coming to Oxnard. At least I would think they are, because the Cowboys are wrapping up the practices in Oxnard, California. Yeah, they're about to wrap that up. All right, and here is one of our favorite Cowboys personalities. Nicole Hutchison, and she is going to give us the final take from the Dallas Cowboys practice today. Let's see what she had to say.
For the record. Hello, friends.
All right, let me put a little marker here for the people who catch these on the replay. All right, she calls this, let's see, Nicole Hutchison. Right, for the record, Nicole Hutchison, this was after practice, and it seemed like a pretty quick practice if you ask me.
It's time for the record. All right, we're going to recap practice from today. Let's get it, Nick.
Well, the news of the day, obviously, is still Von Miller. A lot of the guys excited about it. Doesn't matter what position they play. Donovan Ezaraku, he's definitely excited. He thinks he's going to get another mentor in here.
All right, Tommy.
Second time I've done that for George Pickens, and he probably could have done it a lot more times. But today, you saw the contested catch ability, a corner of the end zone against Savone Revel, and then he ripped one away. You decide whether or not it was a catch or a pick, but George Pickens had a nice day.
It was a catch.
This is called what? For the record? Okay, for the record. For is going for something special in 2026. And a lot of it is being said about Christian Parker's defense kind of getting the best of the offense. However, Dak Prescott absolutely dealing out here today, letting everybody know, hey, the offense is just fine.
Yeah, hey, man, I'm telling you now. Dak said, hold on a second. Shoot. I'm still him now. I know y'all talking about Christian Parker. Don't forget, I sliced him up last year. Yeah, Dak saying, don't forget I sliced him up last year now. Put some respect on my name.
He's got some nice pieces around this offense as well. How about Kavontae Turpin? Nice deep ball from Dak Prescott in coverage was Kobe Durant and Jalen Thompson. Nice little connection there from Turpy Speed, they call him. They like to call him, and Dak Prescott. But that's a wrap. For the record, we'll see y'all next time.
Yeah. Nice little practice there. All right, let me get this one last quick hit in right here. I forgot to give. This was an analogy this guy made about Von Miller today. I don't know how I wound up down here. And let's see what he had. This guy here.
How Von Miller.
Forgot who this guy is, but this is another quick hit. I'm going to put this at the end. I forgot who this guy is right here. But he's talking about what Von Miller means to being added to the Cowboys.
I don't see how Von Miller can be anything other than an addition. Now, he's not the 2020 Von Miller. He's not 2016 Von Miller, but he had more sacks than anybody on the Cowboys did last year. Correct. He was a third down specialist. He's Sun Shaq. He's not Celtic Shaq. He's not Heat Shaq. He's certainly not Magic Shaq. He's Sun Shaq. That's okay when you're trying to just add these pieces in August. Not everybody's able to add an Aaron Donald, but you can add a Von Miller. So I like what they've been able to do. Quinnen Williams, I think, they just signed him to this contract, one of the most underrated players in football. Last 5 years, Quinnen Williams gets pressure after double teams more than anybody in the sport. This front seven is going to be better than people think. The back end is going to depend on Caleb Downs. Maybe we'll see what happens with Malachi Lawrence getting pressure as well, but I just like this Cowboys team getting to 15th, 16th best. Offense takes it from there. They win a bunch of games. I don't see how Von Miller can be anything other than
Pope, what's
an
going
addition.
on?
Now,
Chef Pope, appreciate you. Chef Pope said, number one watch. You're my number one watch, G. I watched like 3 different shows. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm going to try to turn it up, man, this football season. I'm trying to turn it up. Try to turn it up, man. Try to just really do as much as I can for Cowboys Nation. Travis said he has a cop stash. Yeah, I don't like those kind of mustaches. Yeah. I'm not digging that, it's not for me to dig, but that Von Miller mustache. When a man wear them kind of mustaches, they look kind of strange to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To each his own, though. I ain't judging, but to each his own, man. I don't like, just a certain way a man should be wearing his mustache. Man. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight, Cowboys Nation. I think we had a fantastic show tonight. Talked Cowboys, laughed, had some stories. Great Cowboys content for tonight. Got a lot of y'all through your work time, you people who work them night shifts. So y'all gonna be enjoying, y'all will be enjoying Let's Talk Cowboys now for the next 3 to 4 months at work. Man, times have changed. Now people can turn their phone on, put their AirPods in, and listen to whatever they want to. So if you want to hear some great Cowboys talk, we're gonna be doing it for about 3 to 4 times a week for this 2026 season. We're gonna do it 3 to 4 times a week. Like I said, we will not be doing it tomorrow night because I kind of limit myself. Man, I'm telling you, my sleep was so messed up, I didn't know what to do on Sunday. My sleep was, boy, my sleep was so messed up when I got ready to go preach on Sunday. So, but nevertheless, man, we're gonna continue to rock out, rock on. I am excited about the Cowboys. I do believe that over the next 2 weeks, the Cowboys are gonna tweak this. They're gonna tweak the roster. Not only are they going to cut some people as they're doing the 53-man roster, I think there may be a couple of surprises that there may be some people that don't make it, and they're going to bring in some other people. They are. Yep, they might. Man, Guru, I thought about it. I don't know if I'd be able to handle calls, bro. Man, I thought about it. We'll see what happens as the football season goes on. Might create at least one day to do that. Andre Johnson, he said, we appreciate you, man. But I got an idea in the works, but I won't tell you now. We'll see what happens when the season starts. But yeah, man, excited about the Cowboys. Von Miller, very interested to see what the Cowboys do today. I'm gonna try to take me a nap, probably be back up about 10 o'clock. And I don't know what time the Cowboys play. Anybody know what time the Cowboys actually scrimmaging today? I would imagine it's probably gonna be around 1 o'clock. And that scrimmage is not gonna last long. So tomorrow, we're gonna be back on at our regular time. We're gonna hit 4:30 tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna hit 4:30 tomorrow and talk about that game and whatever else comes up about the Cowboys. All right, man. I appreciate y'all walking with me, Cowboys Nation. Y'all go get yourself some sleep. We're going to be right back at it today at 4:30 talking about the Cowboys scrimmage with, as Miss Matrix called them, she says they are the New Orleans Aints. Yeah. So we're going to see how it went with Kellen Moore and the New Orleans Aints. I'll see y'all today at 4:30 until the next. Wait a minute. You said that game is at 7 p.m. Pacific? They're playing that late? I think that's somewhere around 4 o'clock here, right? 4 or 5? Whatever time it is, we'll make sure we're going to cover it. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man, again. Until the next time, DC Forel, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.